Okay. Members of Wareng Power House, Amjambo, Omune, are we good? I was trying to see the owner. Otherwise, you Jamaica scandal. Tumekuwa naye dunia nyingine na nashukuru nyinyi watu ya watumishi wote wa Wareng Power House from Nandi mpaka mwisho huko karibu kwa kila mahali. Mungu awabariki sana. Asanteni sana.
Basi tumpigie makofi mwimbaji wetu Moses Sirigoi. Si nimesema tumpigie haya, ongera kwa Moses Sirigoi, tupigie makofi. Asante sana Kongoi missing. Basi kwa nafasi hii ningependa niweze kutambua wale viongozi na vile vile panelists wetu na wageni mashauri ambao wameweza kufika mahali hapa, nikianza na Justice Chemitei, Judge of the High Court. Karibu sana mheshimiwa. Vile vile nimemwona Justice Ngarngar yuko pale, tuwapigie makofi jamani tunapotambulisha. Nimemwona vile vile Jerono, mheshimiwa Jerono Kese, Chief Magistrate, karibu niseme Chief Justice. Chief Magistrate, tumpigie makofi jamani. Vile vile Dr. Arwasa yuko nasi jamani, tumpe makofi yake. Alice Kositanya ambaye ni Eldoret City Chairperson, tumpe makofi jamani. Felix Kili wa Komol Farm, vile vile mfalme, ile ugali ya mfalme Nyekipseonu wanasema, asante sana, tumpe makofi jamani. CCM wa Trade and Cooperatives wa Uasin Gishu County, Daktari Jebunet yuko nasi, mpigie makofi. Vile vile na wageni wengine wengi ambao wako hapa, nitaendelea kuwatambua punde tu nikipewa majina. So kwa nafasi hii tunaanza ratiba yetu rasmi, ambaye nitaomba sisi sote tuweze kusimama tupate wimbo wa taifa vile vile wa Afrika Mashariki. Naomba tusimame wote. Wimbo wa taifa. Tukipaki kama tumesimama, ni muite Reverend Morocco aweze kutuongoza kwa maombi. Karibu sana Reverend.
May you use us for your own glory and honor. And now, God, as we begin, we want to pray that you will guide us and you will lead us. We thank you. We pray this trusting in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Basi kwa nafasi hii namkaribisha Chairman Bwana Mayo aweze kukaribisha wageni wote au members wote. Chairman, karibu.
Mjamboni nyinyi wote, na nasalimu katika jina la Yesu. Mjambo. Ni furaha yetu kama Wareng Power House kuwakaribisha kwa siku kuu, the 8th anniversary. We have all come to celebrate na kuona penye Mungu ametutoa. Wakati wameimba wakisema kingengo aleman kingengo, ongoi karibu kila mtu kwa program zote, na it's another wonderful year after tukija celebrate. And sitaki kusema mengi. Mungu ametutoa mbali, na tunataka kuambia kama sio nyinyi Wareng Power House members kushare your views, your ideas na kushape political and economic kwa hapa. Tunataka kusema asante. Tunarudisha shukrani admins. Kabla hata tutasema tunarudisha shukrani sana kwa kuleta nidhamu katika hii WhatsApp. Ukiambia mtu hii ni WhatsApp group, anashangaa anasema ni WhatsApp group aina gani? In fact, kuna mtu mmoja ameniambia, why am I not in this group? Mimi nikamwambia ungauliza wanaingiaje. Ukiuliza why I'm not there, uliza tu how do you become a member. It will be easier rather than to say why am I not in this group. Anyway, kusema kweli watu wengi wangependa kujoin this group, na tunataka kusema tunawakaribisha. It's only that kwa hii WhatsApp kuna order. Ukisikia Terera akisema order, ukirudia unajua penye tunaingianga. Si ndivyo? Na baada narudia kusema watu wengi tuko team following kwa sababu unaandika mpaka unafuta kwa sababu mambo ni ngumu. Asanteni sana, tunawakaribisha. Sasa kusema mengi tutaongea baadaye. Wageni wetu wote, panelists, flash talk members, and chief guest, baka wageni wote ambao tumekaribisha, tunasema asante sana. Tujumuike wote kwa sherehe yetu, na zote tuwe na furaha. It is our big day. Kwa wageni ambao hawajawahi kuja Wareng Powers, this is a place to be. Karibuni sana. Karibu mama. Karibuni sana. Asante sana.
Thank you. Atumpe makofi chairman yetu jamani. Asante sana. Sikusema ile kazi Daktari Arwasa anafanya. Yeye ni advisor wa rais kwa upande wa health. Karibu sana. Basi kwa nafasi hii mimi najua kuna number of panelists ambao wako nasi, na yule atakayetambua vizuri ni si mwingine pale ni Mr. Kotut, aweze kuchukua hiyo nafasi ya panelist. Karibu sana Kotut. You need two mics.
All protocol observed. We'll also be having flash talks where we expect some of the key speakers that have been invited here to give some remarks based on their topical areas or areas that they represent, to share with us some of the experiences that they are going through and to guide us in terms of achieving the objective which we have clearly highlighted in the theme of today. But before that, we will be having panel discussion where we have invited distinguished panelists who are with us here. So I'll be reading the bio as we welcome each one of them, and then we will go into that panel discussion that will take us about 1 hour. We'll also give you an opportunity to ask them questions. So as they are here, kindly take note. If you have any question, if you have any issue that you need clarification from our panelists, we'll give you that opportunity so that you will be able to ask them any of those questions that you may have in the process of discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first panelist that we have today here is supposed to be Engineer John Tanui, who happens to be our PS in charge of ICT and digital economy. Engineer Tanui is the Principal Secretary in the Kenya's Ministry of Information and Communication, Digital Economy, where he leads the country's national digital transformation agenda with over 25 years experience spanning in telecommunication, smart cities, and international business. He brings unique blend of technical depth of strategic leadership advancing digital economies. We all know Engineer Tanui, and we are really excited to have his representation today here. And Engineer Tanui may be joining us later, but today, sitting on behalf of Engineer Tanui, we have Director Bwalei from ICT Authority. Bwalei, please let's welcome Director Bwalei. Karibu sana. Come here. Tumpigie makofi Director Bwalei. Asante sana Bwalei. The next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the distinguished ladies in our society and in this country. She serves as a judge of the High Court of Kenya. Honorable Lady Justice Kendagor is a judge of High Court of Kenya, appointed after a distinguished judicial career spanning nearly 2 decades in Kenyan justice system. And served as a senior principal magistrate mechanism for enhancing justice in Kenya. Justice Kendagor holds a bachelor's degree in law from Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming Justice Kendagor. Karibu sana, Justice Kendagor. One of the distinguished ladies in the Republic of Kenya, and also a lady that all of us really pride in terms of the achievements and the work that she's doing at the national level. Ladies and gentlemen, board. I hope she's already here with us. Yes. That is June Chepkemei. Travel destination. Under our stewardship, Kenya Tourism Board has enhanced Kenya visibility through innovative marketing campaign, stakeholders engagement, and promotion. June as the managing director of the Kenya Investment Authority, Ken Invest, and led in marketing corporate communication of the Concert Technopolis Development Authority. She spearheaded the Concert Innovation Parks and areas of innovation as a model of excellence. We all know Concert City, and ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming June to the stage. Karibu sana, June. We are really excited and proud to have you amongst us today. The fourth panelist that we have in our panel today is Mr. Philip Meli, who happens to be the County Secretary and Head of Public Service in Uasin Gishu County Government. Mr. Meli, the County Secretary and Head of Public Service in the government, is the Chief Administrative Officer of the county government and provides strategic leadership and coordination in implementation of the county executive decision, overseeing the day-to-day administration of the county public service, ensuring efficient, accountable, and citizen-centered delivery. A seasoned public administrator and a policy strategist, Mr. Meli has extensive experience in governance, public administration, economic planning, investment promotion, organizational development, and information technology. He holds a Bachelor of Degree from Kenyatta University, an MBA, and he has undertaken a host of management and ICT courses within the Republic of Kenya with over 31 years of experience in both executive management and organizational development. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Mr. Meli to the stage. Karibu sana Meli. The next panelist that we are also honored to have one of our distinguished ladies in our society. The last time that we were in our Wareng Powerhouse, we were saying we need to diversify and go into other sectors, which also includes the NGOs. We want to be seen there, running some NGOs, running business, and also excelling in professional fields. Today, we have the representation of one of the distinguished ladies who has been able to establish an NGO that is really doing well in terms of promoting the young people and giving opportunities to the youth. She's none other than Mrs. Margaret Koskei, who is with us here today, and she's the CEO of the Chalan Foundation, an NGO that is serving the young people, organization that was established in 2013 to empower the vulnerable youth and communities through education, leadership development, health, and economic empowerment. Guided by the belief that education transforms life, she has built a foundation into nationally recognized organization that has positively impacted more than 121,000 beneficiaries across underserved counties in Kenya through scholarship, life skills, training, STEM education, psychosocial support, and community development initiative. A distinguished corporate governance leader, a strategic advisor, Mrs. Koskei brings over decades of experience in governance, institutional leadership, and organizational transformation across public sector, private sector, and social sector. She currently serves as the chair of Council of Lesos National Polytechnic and has previously served in the board of directors of Kenyatta National Hospital, where she chaired the Strategy on Enterprise Committee, as well as chairperson of Tinderet Technical and Vocational Institute. Her governance experience also includes service of the Council of Multimedia University of Kenya, leadership in several other boards. I'll not read all of them because it will take me another 2 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mrs. Margaret Koskei to the stage. Karibu sana, Mrs. Margaret. Asante, karibu. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of our distinguished sons in the county who has been able to lead in terms of modernizing what many of us considered as not a venture for the young people, that is farming. We have the director, Komol Farms, on Falme Millers, that is Mr. Felix Kili, who happens to be the director of the farms and the millers. Mr. Kili is a renowned agribusiness leader, agricultural engineer, and the director of Komol Farms, Mfalme Millers Buffalo Limited, two of the Kenya's leading enterprise in large-scale commercialization of value processing and second-generation farmer. He has played a pivotal role in modernizing the farming business through technology, mechanization, and sustainable agriculture, help position enterprise benchmark commercial farming. A graduate of agricultural engineering, Mr. Kili oversees production, wheat, barley, canola, and hundreds of acres using precision agriculture and GPS-guided mechanization. I'm sure some of us are worried what I'm talking about. Precision agriculture using GPS and, in summary, high-tech farming. And in many cases, if you have ever watched, and if you have not watched videos of Komol Farm, I invite you to go there and see, or to go to YouTube and see what they are doing in terms of precision agriculture. Because sometimes you will see their farm and think it is a drawing because of the way it has really been organized. And the man behind that, among other directors, is Mr. Felix Kili, who is with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming Mr. Kili to the stage. Karibu sana, Mr. Kili. So as we now have all our panelists, we'll have two sessions in our panel discussion. The first session will focus on one round of questions for each of the panelists. And then after that, we will go into a short break where we will get some of the questions from your hand. And then we will conclude by also doing another one round of questions for the panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, tuwapigie makofi wote kama wameketi as I join them on the stage. Okay, asante sana. Now we want to have a discussion, and it's an honor to have a discussion with such a distinguished panelist. And my first question will be to Mr. Bwalei, who is a representative of PS Tanui, who is supposed to be with us. And the question revolves around aspects of digital infrastructure, artificial intelligence, and innovation of the North Rift, while ensuring the rural communities are not left. So the question that I would want to ask you, Mr. Bwalei, how can infrastructure, artificial intelligence, and innovation transform the North Rift while ensuring that the rural communities are not left behind? Over to you, Mr. Bwalei.
Thank you very much. Mic testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I wish to begin by congratulating Wareng House for the great initiative. Even as you celebrate your 8th year, I think this is a brilliant idea. It's the beginning of making a difference, even as we have this discussion today. Once again, Mr. Chair, on behalf of the group and the membership of Wareng House, I want to say congratulations. Back to the subject matter and the question that you've just asked, there are 3 things that you've asked: digital infrastructure, artificial intelligence, and innovation. Indeed, for us to be able to progress as North Rift and Kenya, the 3 elements must work together in harmony. Digital infrastructure in itself is the foundation of any digital ecosystem. And when we talk about digital infrastructure, these are the enablers of the digital ecosystem. What are they? The digital infrastructure begins first and foremost by providing the highway through which digital conversation, digital engagement is going to ride. For a while now, we've been living in different age is what we call high-speed internet. We're used to having our communication through mobile, but then the speed that we derive from mobile is not sufficient enough. That is why we now have moved from radio to speed of light in the form of fiber. So fiber provides you the high-speed internet that you need for communication of all forms. And therefore, for us as North Rift and as a country to progress, we must ensure that we fiberized the entire region. And this aligns very well with government's agenda on digital superhighway. When you look at the 4th pillar of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the intention is to run and roll out 100,000 kilometers of fiber. Probably through your various travel in many of these roads, you've seen a lot of trenches along the roads. The essence of this is to ensure that we connect all our counties to sub-counties and to ultimately the ward level. So while government runs to ensure that we do 100,000 kilometers of fiber, the question is, where are we as North Rift? Where are we as Wareng? And I think I've shared something for us. If there will be time, you could project how of fiber within North Rift region. The essence here is to ensure that the speed of communication and access to communication is at the speed of light. Next is, now you've prepared the road. Where is the vehicle? Where is the station? And that is the next thing that I think it would be good for this congregation to have a conversation. That a road that leads to nowhere and comes from nowhere does not deliver any good. And therefore, while government builds the infrastructure in form of the road, the destination ought to be very clear. Where are we taking the passengers? In this case, information and data. And therefore, I challenge all of us, when government intends to connect every government institution across the country, connect every school across the country, the most important part for entrepreneurs and innovators is now to build centers where this communication can be delivered to or obtained in form of digital hubs, in form of data centers. And therefore, even as I emphasize this, you hear government saying, we want to do public Wi-Fi hotspots. When you go to countries like South Korea, Singapore, that we keep talking about, they are well connected. You go to a stage, you'll get a free Wi-Fi hotspot. What will happen? You'll be able to communicate with ease without any challenge. Therefore, I will challenge all that we are building for private sector as government does the digital sectors. Where is this information going to? Secondly, the question is, how then do we utilize? So build the infrastructure, government provides the backbone. We need to begin now asking ourselves, how do we ingest? And I'm happy Brother Kiel is here. He will tell you about precision farming. It is not on space. It is data taken to a point and brought to a point for use to make life more interesting, more easier, more faster. We'll discuss this as we proceed. Next is artificial intelligence. We've talked about this. So infrastructure is critical. You can't do innovation unless you want kufunga mpira ya polythene ya gunia. You need this infrastructure to innovate for this generation. Artificial intelligence in itself is intelligence that is by machines. So what happens? Computing power. Computers, let me use this, it will be easier. Computers are able to think as you think, but faster than you do in the speed of light, because they will begin having data, knowing that, you know what, when I dress this way, probably there's something coming up. And so each time they see me in this way, they conclude something faster than you would do yourself. And so over time, it learns. The machine learns that, you know what, when these symptoms exist kwa kuku, ni amanda or coccidiasis or something like that. And so when I take that image going forward and ask them, what is this cuckoo? What will happen? It gives me within a blink of an eye. That's artificial intelligence. Next is innovation. And I want us to marry the three, allow me to take some time around here, is when it comes to innovation, it means therefore, government will provide, but then we must build the artificial intelligence. As for now, we are consumers of this intelligence, because we go to ChatGPT, it's trained by somebody else. Now, where we want to ask ourselves and turn around the region and the country is, can we be local innovators? Developing solutions and to begin investing now. We'll provide you the road, now begin getting us the many stations, so that then our people can build and put data, and these machines then develop solutions that are local. Talks about wheat, talk about maziwa, talk about mayai. This is where innovation comes in, and therefore,
Thank you.
Innovation and artificial intelligence will ride on the digital infrastructure. We must build in digital infrastructure that will then use the ability of the machines to learn using our own homegrown solutions.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Bwana Bwale. Maybe guidance to the panelists. On each of the questions, we'll expect you to respond in 5 minutes. We have a timer on that end, so you'll be having a look at it. When your 5 minutes lapses, then you will also have an opportunity to unpack more in the second round of questions. So thank you, Tanui, for bringing out that aspect. I know all of us are now aware that we have 180 kilometers of fiber, and we are ready as a county or as a region to capitalize or utilize those opportunities for our socio-economic development.
Now, allow me to come to the next speaker, and I just want to go in that order, who happens to be Lady Justice Kendagor. And from what he talked about, the technical aspects, what is happening, the requirements of the tech space, efficiently, maybe even progress as a region without looking at the legal aspects. And I would want to ask you, how can the efficient justice system, strong governance, and alternative dispute resolution strengthen investor confidence and support economic transformation within our region? And do we get that assurance from the judiciary that we have that confidence in terms of the support from the judicial or the justice system in strengthening our economic development? Over to you, Justice.
Thank you very much. Hamjambo. I join in the congratulations and the felicitations to the team and the organization, and even thinking about just adding the conversation as we talk about economic empowerment, to also fall back and look at what is it that we are doing in the justice system. Because if we are not falling back to look at the justice system, to look at what is it that we do in the event that there are disputes, or even then to prevent disputes, we would not be able to attain the kind of transformation that we are seeking to have. And then borrowing in very heavily again from, I think, the culture of the region of where we come from. We come from a place where we shy away from the courts. We shy away from disputes. So unlike what happens now in the rest of the country, where in some regions the biggest threat is not that I will kill you, the biggest threat is nitakupeleka kotini. So for us now it's a bit, it's in the opposite. I hope that is not as a result of the influence of where I come from. I come from where we must test the. So falling back to that and the shy, I think the culture that we have in North Rift on conversations, which again becomes very dangerous because we pose it, and then by the time it's full blown, now it's a dispute per se, then that's and trying to see what is it that can be done. So when you talk about justice system, justice does not just stop with the courts. It's not. It doesn't mean that when you talk about justice, it is just the court process. When you talk about justice, it stretches about access to justice, and you're talking about economic empowerment. Then it means that you are already handling access to justice even before a dispute resolution mechanisms are there. Many may not even know that we already have a court of appeal here in Eldoret, in our city, and there are very few court of appeals across the country. So it's a major thing. We have the small claims court where you can file disputes that are less than $1 million shillings, so that we abandon ile ya culture yenye tuko nayo nasema hiyo nimekuachia na Mungu. So you can actually pursue that and unlock the capital that may be held there. Falling back again to what the justice system is doing is what we have just heard about in terms of technology is access to justice from the front of digital frontization and digitalization, and we have led from the front on matters about that. There's also what you have pursuing justice through the court process. We also have a very rich alternative dispute resolution mechanism in the region. But what have we done active that we can refer our disputes to these alternative dispute resolution mechanisms? And then when you talk about the justice system takes care of the capital. It assures you that if you have a dispute, then you can pursue and actually recover that capital. Then what it is easier to encourage compliance. And then of course now when you talk about alternative dispute resolution, I think it crowns it all. Because while among us that are members, and I see from here, we also have several judges of the High Court who I see from here, and magistrates who are here. So it would be nice to even pick up this conversation beyond, so that we see what is it that we are tying in, even in terms of from our own spaces where we are, what is it that we can do to strengthen the justice system in North Rift. Thank you.
Thank you, Lady Justice. Maybe a quick one again for you. You talked about the alternative justice mechanism, dispute resolution mechanism. This is on a light note. You also talked about kuachia Mungu. Is that part of alternative dispute resolution mechanism?
Well, if we do that, it means as an investor, you are losing out on the capital because umemwachia. So we encourage, and that's why we have the small claims court, so that even if, however small the amount is, it is a very simple process of compared to what may be painted about litigation. So we encourage that if you, please don't let your capital remain out there. Siwachie Mungu. Kuja tuko na small claims court. Hapa Eldoret, we actually have small claims, I think, in almost all the courts that we have. Na kuachia Mungu sometimes also falls back to the AJS system, the alternative justice systems that we have, the traditional dispute resolution mechanisms, and I'm very certain that those ones have...
Margaret Koskei, Chalan Foundation, thank you for setting up the NGO that is supporting the youth in our country. We're really excited about, and families, the most critical for building a resilient workforce, reducing unemployment and developing ethical leadership and successful entrepreneurs. What is your experience around that area, and what is your view? The families being the critical building resilient workforce, that kind of a force that we require in a society. Karibu sana, Margaret.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. May I also join the members here to congratulate the Wareng Powerhouse on their 8th anniversary. And may I also take this opportunity to say thank you so much for granting me this opportunity that I may be able to participate in this panel, in this function, and to share about Chalan Foundation. So, Chalan Foundation is a public benefit organization. We have been in existence for the last 13 years. We run our programs in 12 counties in the Republic of Kenya, and in each county we support 10 schools, except Nandi County, where we have quite a number of schools. So in these schools, we run programs to do with scholarships, life skills, STEM, community health and psychosocial support. And also we have programs that target the youth and women economic empowerment. So to answer this question on what I think is a critical investment towards building a resilient workforce, I'm going to share from our experience from one of the programs that we run in Chalan Foundation. And that program is on life skills. So my young people towards to enable them build resilience is the investment in life skills. And I just want to explain what the challenges that we face on a daily basis. So that is what is called life skills. These skills are, when you look at our education system, when you look at our background as a people, life skills were naturally acquired. You know, the structure that, the way our societies were structured in the past, attitudes, we acquired skills, we acquired behaviors that support us when we, you know, in our daily lives. So the reason why I feel that this should be, an investment should be put in them is that when you apply for a job, by the time you are shortlisted, it means you have passed the technical skills. And therefore, when you attend the interview, the employer is looking for other things. And these are the skills, decision making, problem solving. We don't learn these skills in school. skills to do with emotional intelligence skills. These emotional skills, behavioral skills that we need that an individual has. So I feel that then we are going to build as a resilient workforce. So my advice would that we need to relook at our education system so that we mainstream life skills training. We need to look at mainstreaming life skills all the way from universities and even to the technical institution, so that our children are exposed to the life skills learning. Also, I would wish that the government would invest in life skills as a core infrastructure, so that it is not just available for example, in private schools where parents are able to pay, but that all our learners, wherever they are able to access life skills. So to conclude this, I wish to present here that let us think about life skills. We think too much and we invest too much on technical skills. We want our children to acquire, to be a doctor. But what type of a doctor are they? What is their character? How do they go handling their work? How do they interact? How do they communicate amongst themselves? Are they able to regulate their emotions? Do they have self-management skills? So thank you.
Thank you. Situpigie makofi. Asante sana. I think, Margaret, you have really diagnosed some of the challenges that the society is facing. I like the way you brought out that we are very intelligent, very sharp engineers, but they cannot manage themselves. That is really the disease that the society is currently suffering from. And even us in our Wareng Powerhouse, she talked about emotional intelligence. Sometimes Wareng Powerhouse is fire, because some of us may have lacked that aspect of emotional intelligence. So apart from speaking about the youth outside there, I think you are also speaking to us, and we are looking at ourselves in this particular forum. I don't know who is that I'm seeing. Anyway, okay, thank you. So next, we want to hear from a distinguished lady, June Chepkemei, and just to bring out the aspects of tourism. In our North Rift, we really try to position ourselves in terms of being a tourist destination. We don't have major lakes, but I know we have them in the other side. But specifically to Uasin Gishu, we talked about maybe positioning ourselves as a medical destination. But just, June, if you can be able to highlight to us, how can the North Rift diversify its tourism offerings beyond traditional attraction while ensuring that the local communities benefit direct? What is your guidance and view on that? Karibu sana.
Thank you, Wareng. Said that I'll start by what I would like to communicate to this Wareng Powerhouse this evening, as I congratulate them for a job well done. You've done a great job in terms of building a platform for conversation. We have enough spaces to interact, but I feel that we do not have a platform for action. And I would like to challenge Wareng Powerhouse to now take this conversation to more of an. And the first thing I would like to suggest you to consider is to influence feasibility study in all the counties within your network that will support economic empowerment and job creation. These issues that you are making, any leader coming to office should be able to find us useful in terms of picking some of the aspects of and set the agenda on what are some of the regulations that they need to pass within the county assemblies that will speak to the agenda we've set, that we are able to bring them to a platform like this. We at the national government set policy conversations and marketing. So the policy element is handled at the ministry. I handle the marketing at the SAGA level, not exist. And therefore, when we are held accountable as marketing on whether we are positioning some of these counties, the answer is no, because in most of our North Rift, but have we invested? When you stop in any viewpoint, even in Iten, do we leave money there as tourists? Or people stand and they take landscapes photos and they go. Thousands of dollars into the economy because it's developed. That's the role of county government. When you talk about medical tourism, what does that look like? When you go to Turkey today and you walk to a space like, we are a medical destination, it's a product that I can take to market, a product that is mashable. That's the missing gap. When we as a community have a treasure called athletics that the world is looking at. If the only thing that President Trump mentioned about Kenya was, what do you do to your athletes? They want to come and experience culture. How do you live? Have we packaged how we live in our communities into a product that I can take to market as your marketer? So let's begin to build the product. And the product is built at the county level so that we can take it out. So yes, we have an opportunity in medical tourism, but we must build the product. We have an opportunity in cultural tourism, and we must build the product. How do we immerse the tourists on the journey of Mursik, for instance? It does not start with serving a cup to our athletes at the airport. It starts with, how do you feed your cows? Are they grass-fed? These days we buy beef, and I'm 7 seconds past my time, I'll make it short. That you're told this is grass-fed in Laikipia, this is fodder-fed in Australia. We buy them here in Kenya. We've been able to build that product ourselves as a community. Where is the source of that milk that I'm able to drink? Is it traceable? How old is that cow? And so forth and so on. So we need to have serious conversations about product development so that we come in and be able to help you position it and take it to market. And there's much more that we could discuss, but just to say 2 things. Let's take charge and build the economic development conversation in a format that we can hold our leaders accountable. And secondly, let us also invest ourselves in our communities, in our counties, and believe and trust the process. The country is solid. The leadership of William Samoei Ruto is solid. Let's believe in it. Continue criticizing, but be the context. Thank you.
Asante sana. Makofi kwa June. And I'm really in agreement of the aspect that you are a marketer, June. But before you leave, we really appreciate, and I just want to put a question to Wareng Powerhouse members before you leave, because sometimes we organize webinars amongst ourselves to build our capacity and to share more information. So the question that I want to put to Wareng Powerhouse members is that I wish to propose that in our next webinar as Wareng Powerhouse, we have June as the main speaker. As many as of that opinion say hi, as many as of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. So June, you are our next speaker. Thank you, we really appreciate. Tumpigie makofi akiondoka. Asante sana, tunashukuru June for that. And June really threw challenge to the county governments. I don't know whether she was aware that seated next to her was our CS Melly. Now, she talked about the county putting out that product for them to be able to market. And she challenged us in terms of how we are packaging that particular product. So maybe, CS, you can respond to what she talked about. But on top of that, to your question, which is how can the county governments collaborate rather than compete in building stronger regional economy that attracts investments and creates jobs? I know, CS, you are very strong in that in terms of bringing out the counties, bringing together the joint approach in terms of development. So maybe what is your response to that as you also touch a little bit on what June pointed out? Over to you, CS Melly.
Thank you, Bwana Kutut, for the opportunity and the good question and also the response to June. First, I want to appreciate Wareng Powerhouse in their and congratulate them for the 8th anniversary. It's been a journey. I'm also a member, but a very passive one. The following members includes me. What June has put for us is quite significant and very important. And I want to start by the way we see our counties. North Rift has about 8 counties in total. That is Samburu, Baringo, Turkana, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, Trans Nzoia, Nandi, Uasin Gishu, and we always figure them as if we are only based in Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, Nandi, and probably Elgeyo Marakwet. We forget the bigger vast of North Rift. For example, Turkana, which has the largest landmass of 77,000 kilometers square compared to Uasin Gishu, which is just about 2,900 square kilometers. So it means combined Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, all the way to Baringo, it's not the same as Turkana. But what we have in North Rift, we treat North Rift as a place of savagery, wars, cattle rustling, fightings, some primitive fellows who have not gone to school and so forth and so on. So basically we do not even rebrand ourselves to have any product that we can sell for tourism attraction and make money out of it. For example, I want to give a very simple example of Lake Turkana. Lake Turkana is one of the best sites you can ever ask people to go. By rebranding the cradle of mankind, where human beings originated from, Lake Turkana in itself has 3 lakes inside one lake. The uniqueness of the 3 lakes inside one lake is that one of the lakes inside has flamingos, that's where they breed. Another lake inside has crocodiles. Another lake inside it has tilapia. And when you go to see across the 3 lakes, it's so spectacular. You can't see any other kind of a lake in this world anyway. And then around Kalokol is a concentration of so many birds of different features and so forth. But you'll find people traveling all the way to do bird watching in South Africa, to go do bird watching elsewhere, yet Turkana can attract the rest of the travelers who want to do bird watching. The best birds concentrate in terms of migration is in Baringo. Nobody has branded that. Nobody has bothered to see that during this migration of birds, we have the birds that travel as far as South America to be seen in Baringo once in a while. Nobody has branded that. But what we brand, we want to brand the migration in Masai Mara, the coastal region, the Savo, the normal. And what would attract people to come for the second time to see an elephant? Nothing. So it's upon us as professionals in this region to relook and rewire the thinking of North Rift and say, what exactly can we rebrand ourselves for? From the Pokot, which has the most unique things, Nasolot, Uasin Gishu with its sports, and Nandi, and the Koitalel, heritage, cultural, and all this. So if you look at cultural, if you look at sports, if you look at our natural features, the Greatest Rift Valley is the most unique place in this world. The only place you can view it in the moon is this region. There's no any other place that can be seen the crack in the world. So for me, tourism is a whole package that we as professionals have never stood up to really rebrand ourselves, but leave it to the entire world to see us as just a site of some fighting. I can say we are actually a world of no peace. And whenever you hear there's no peace, that is the danger of it. I'll just finish that section by saying, we once went to America. And when we were being taken around, we were told, you guys have a problem because there's foot and mouth disease in Kenya. And it's in Uasin Gishu. So we'll not allow you to go anywhere. Americans know that we have a problem in terms of meat, because we report too much about foot and mouth disease to a level that an American knows meat from Kenya is a problem. So it is just the way we want to sell ourselves. Now, coming to the investments and the thought process of North Rift and county governments, devolution came into place, and the big bang of devolution was we started to interpret the 14 functions that were actually devolved to the counties. And after that was devolved, we started to chase each other about, this is my water and that is Uasin Gishu water, this is put them together, let them get a small piece of land, collect all those thin animals and do some small feedlot for these cows, get silage from Uasin Gishu and some fodder from Nandi, feed the animals and start a skins and hides business. You will make a lot of money. But you see, none of us is ready to risk to go that direction. So if we really want to build innovators and entrepreneurs, we must relook at the opportunities and the products we have at our local level and translate them into benefits. I want to finish by saying, recently I walked to my local market called Cheptiret to look for kienyeji eggs. I didn't find any, so I went to the next center and the next center and I gave up. But when I came to find the egg, only one egg is 25 shillings. So I was asking myself, what does it cost to feed a traditional chicken, kienyeji kuku? It's very cheap. Just get a small space, feed the chicken and get the eggs and sell them at 25 bob. But none of us will take the opportunity to say, let me hatch the kienyeji kukus and make money through the eggs around my place and start small entrepreneurs. But as counties, county government of Uasin Gishu is refocusing on that mindset change, transformative agenda, to really inculcate the thinking of alternative investments outside the traditional model of maize, beans, and milk. We are looking at alternatives in terms of horticulture, in terms of cash crops, and alternative, what we call alternative livestock on board. Actually, my time is gone. Thank you very much.
Asante. Thank you. Thank you, Meli. Thank you. Tumpigie makofi CS. Thank you for bringing out that aspect of the North Rift and bringing out clearly that it is our responsibility as professionals to remarket or to rebrand our region. Because I remember the other day we were in Nairobi with some groups from Turkana and we went into group discussion. And one gentleman from Turkana said, our group will be called the Warriors. I think that is the problem that we still have. Because we want to take it outside, even when we have opportunities to talk about our counties, we want to talk that Thank you so much, Meli. Now we go to the technology aspect. You talked about how can we modernize, how do we have the technological aspects, improving even the way we do the production. And this can better be explained by the person who has really practiced this aspect of technology in their farms. And I want to bring on board Felix just with a question. How can technology help farmers increase productivity, reduce costs, adapt to climate change, and make farming attractive to the young people? I know it is very difficult to find a young person like you fully in the farm, really, and loving what he's doing in the farm. Most of our young people, even if they have the opportunities that they could be able to do farming here, you'll find them in the streets of Nairobi, and you'll also find them in what Meli was talking about, saying, Governor nitafutie kazi yeyote. But the Kilis decided to turn the farm into modern farming. And please, you may respond to that question, which is basically bringing out the aspect of technology. How can it help farmers? Over to you, Felix.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. To Wareng Powers, good evening. I think you got my name in the introduction. I'm called Felix Kili. I'm a second-generation farmer from Uasin Gishu here. I farm with my dad on about 1,400 acres, and we're in the business of producing maize, wheat, barley as our main crops, and we also do cover crops, which comes end of the season. We plant sorghum, sunflower, canola, we try some crops like lupins. So as a farm, we are fully mechanized, and as a second generation farmer and an agriculture engineer, I've learned that use wastage, and it has increased our profitability. And I've come a farmer in Kenya. It's not based on how hard you work, but on how smart you GPS guided tractors. I know some of you will wonder what is GPS guided tractor. So basically, it is made of 3 components. One is an antenna, there's a display, and there's the steering unit. So the antenna will communicate with the satellites of about 20 to 30 satellites to give position locations. The display is used for programming, and now the steering interface is the one that will steer the tractor right or left. We started using GPS guidance from 2010. It's about 16 years right now. And what the GPS guidance has helped us is reducing overlaps. So overlaps is the point where you're driving, and since you're using manual steering, you will find yourself steering and replanting or replowing where you've already plowed. Or maybe you'll have a miss. So the GPS guidance makes it accurate. You have things like yield monitor or combine harvesters. So a yield monitor will take data as you harvest at every instant in your farm. So at the end of the day, when you finish harvesting your farm, you have what you call a yield map. So the yield map will give you different colors, dark green, light green, yellow, red. So the dark green areas is where your performance is high, and the red areas is where your low performance. So at the end of the day, you can look at your field and see what is the performance of your farm. The third thing that we use is variable rate application. So with the yield map, you can make a prescription map, a prescription file that you can feed into your planter or your spreader. So when you're planting and you get to these areas where there's low performance, automatically the planter will increase the rate of fertilizer in those low performing areas. And when you get to the high performing areas, it reduces the fertilizer. So this saves a lot of cost on fertilizer. We also have a section control. So basically section control is based on the planter
prioritized in the North Rift if we are to become East Africa Digital Innovation Corridor. And apologies for saying East Africa Digital, because already we are there. We just want to become a competitive even in the global level. Over to you, Wareng.
Thank you very much, moderator. Coming after my brother Killing, he summed it up. Isn't it so? So before you invite June to join your webinar, farmers in the house, visit the farm where Killing is. Because technology...
You're welcome to the farm.
Thank you. I will give a fee note for the advert. On a light note, technology is the present solution. It is not the future. If we want to turn around and become a regional hub, a digitally driven economy, we must adopt technology. Why? Because technology is the enabler for our success. Technology is the enabler for every profession that exists today, including courts. You don't have to go through documents and files because technology can give you in an instant. And therefore I want to challenge members of Wareng Powerhouse that the only way you'll become a powerhouse indeed in this region and to make this region a real powerhouse is by adopting technology. Why do I mention this? Is because the world today is driven by technology. We must change our mindset. Most of you, when I look at you, all of you either use the mathematical tables and they add 0, 1 to 9 and 1 to 9, how you multiply. You all look like you are people of logbooks. Isn't it true? And your mindset is still logbook. But today, the speed of solving problems, and that's okay, you can wait. Gen Zs can't wait for us for 1 hour because they want instant solutions. And the only way they move that fast is because they are in the world of touch. Touch and you get an answer. Here you want to open a number of pages to solve a mathematical problem. Therefore, I want to challenge us and request that let's adopt technology. And before we adopt technology, we must be producers of that technology. I will challenge innovators in the room that let's begin asking ourselves, for us to have and take advantage of precision farming and solve pests that are local in nature, what do we need to do? And for the academia in the house, we have great institutions here. We have Moi University, we have the Lord University, we have the Polytechnic, we have the technical institutions and the vocational training institution. We must recalibrate what we train in this institution so that it is more digitally innovative, driven to solve our problem. The world today is studying in virtual reality. We can no longer begin training automotive engineers who are going to turn, spanners and touch oil and take years to turn around. We must change our model of training. Digital skills becomes a very important concept here that we need to ask ourselves. What is the digital skills required for this generation to solve the current problems and ensure that they take advantage of technology to make our work easier, move faster, and deliver results even better. As we close because of time, the most critical element here is really adopting technology. Ask yourself, how can technology help me? You can't shy away. We are going to have smart homes. It's already here. We must therefore begin asking ourselves, CS, are we developing smart words? Are we developing smart towns? And that is why in the previous one of the slides that I've just shared, government currently is investing in delivering to every junior school an interactive smart board. Because the only way we can get ourselves to the so-called Singapore or wherever we want to be in the next few years is to ensure that the young generation interact with technology of today, where collaboration exists. We lived in a world where our teachers were warriors. We never survived a day without a cane. This generation survives years without canes. And therefore we need to ask ourselves, how then do we ensure that this technology we are able to adopt fast? Early adopters of technology for any product or content that you have will win big in this era. Content. Madam June spoke about product, but the product of this age is content creation. And the CS, you should have mentioned this. We are known, and you mentioned we are warriors, okay? Cattle wrestling, you mentioned. I want to challenge Wareng Powerhouse to create a movie of cattle wrestling. Don't you think it will sell? And take images of how thousands, we talked about this, thousands of cows disappear. Having a movie done in Kerio Valley, done in Capedo, and showing how thousands of skills. Please, I must repeat. In the next few years, it's happening already. I have witnessed personally what technology is doing. And every 2 weeks, every month, the capability of AI is moving at a higher speed. It was not emotional in the past. It never had the human touch. Today, the new output of ChatGPT and its related forms are now having to give you a report, a speech that has a human touch. Technology in the past was very static. It gave you cabbage in, cabbage out. Today, it is able to think, give you an output very close, at a higher speed, to ability of the human being. And therefore, we need to ask ourselves, the young generation, where are they going to invest their new careers? The next selling point of careers in the next 5 to 10 years and beyond will be art, sport, and social science. Why Dr. Arwasa will be having robotic doctors who will surely get and replace your kidney without replacing your, who will never get drunk because they'll come to work without hangovers and they'll be precise. Are we see where can technology help? It's not a replacer of human beings, but enable us to ensure that we are more productive. Not drift. Wareng Powers, for you to be
technology. Thank you very much. The key point there, we must adopt technology. And she's also going to be one of our webinar participants so that he can still unpack to us how we can be able to do that. I know there was excitement in the room when we said we have a movie on cattle wrestling. Let's see who will be starring in that movie. Thank you. Now, we will have one response, and then we'll hear from one of our flash talks. We had organized in a way that we also have talks on some topical issues. And as we pointed out, Wale, we have one of our experts, one of the gurus in the region from Endohub, who will also be speaking to us intelligently. So that of utilizing them for opportunities for our young people. So before we go to that, I would also want to get a response from Lady Justice Kendagor, and this is one judicial or governance reform that would have the greatest impact of improving the business environment and protecting investments in our region.
regions. The other thing that that action plan can also do is to help us fight the issue of, attack culture change, so that we can even encourage legal audits, personal legal audits. My presiding judge is here, Justice Chemite, is the head of the family division in Nairobi. And one of the biggest issues, we have the majority of the cases that are filed across the country are succession disputes. Why? We shy away from writing wills, things in order during our lifetime. So besides just what happens after your lifetime, can we have an action plan that then looks at sensitization of the people who come from the region? Of wills, tell them about access to justice, tell them about what an advocate can actually assist them to do, and put their life in order without necessarily waiting until when we have a dispute, and then that is the time that you're perhaps visiting an advocate to be able to discuss about that. So personal legal audits also, as we are looking at the action plan, and what I would challenge each and every one of us is, can you also come up with your own legal action plan? Have a reflection in terms of what are the clauses that you are including in the agreements, the contracts that you are entering into, that can create an ease of doing business, so that you are able to have a dispute resolution mechanism that will enable you to come up with tailor-made solutions before you can reach out and see what the courts are doing. So the action plan that can look at where we are as in matters justice across, and in that action plan now include then the various initiatives that can be done that can support the various regions. And then
Lady Justice, tumpigie makofi to hear from Margaret. And Margaret, the question here is, sorry, just a minute. Yeah, just quickly, Margaret, what are the 3 interventions that would prioritize the North Rift Human Capital and Leadership Initiative over the 5 years? What do you think should be the priority in terms of the human capital? You talked about issues to do with the psychosocial support, but what do you think should be prioritized in the North Rift? Over to you, Margaret.
Thank you, Moderator. One of the things that I think should be prioritized, and I think this is a challenge that should be taken by Wareng Powerhouse, is to create structures for mentorship, so that so that our young people can begin to get mentors. You know, I work with young people, I work with children, and you can see that there is always that gap. There is a big gap between what the parents are doing and what the children are doing. When these children graduate and they, they go to colleges and now they graduate, they want to go into, the workspace. They don't. There is no connection between what they learned in school and what they are going to do at workplace. So the first thing is to make sure, can we have a system, can we have a structure, especially even with the people that we have right now. Many of them are in good offices. So can we have a way that we, as maybe a system that we can register, we can become members, and we can take young people into mentorship. We can work with them, and we can, show them the opportunities that are there. For example, the Kili farm that we have just been talked about, can we have young people, 10, 20 young people being mentored in those farms? So it is our responsibility to hold, the hands of those that are behind us. Secondly, also, as I said earlier, in order to develop, leadership that is authentic, leadership that is caring, we still need to think about, as our children grow, what skills are they learning? How are they making the decisions? Are we teaching them how to solve problems? Are we teaching them how, to regulate their emotions? Are we teaching them how to work in teams? So, because leadership does not just start, when we grow up, at a place when you are working. Leadership skills begin to be earned even when children are quite small. So I sit here as really an advocate of the children in your houses. And I want to urge us that even as we sit here, as we plan for, many things, agriculture, as we talk about, digital skills, please, I ask you, think about that child that is in your house and ask yourself, are we leaving them behind? What are we modeling? If you're a leader, would you want your child to follow in your footsteps? So how are you modeling that leadership? So this is something that should start in our homes. Again, when it comes to developing leadership, there need to be a lot of involvement. There's a need for parents to be really fully involved in helping these children to develop, their life skills. Today in the morning, I saw a post and a parent on Facebook, and there was a parent who was posting and saying, I have woken up to run after a butterfly because I have to catch a butterfly for my child to take to school. And they concluded by saying, lakini walimu hizi ndio gani? Now, the education system, the CBE education system, is really trying to help us to engage with our strategize, help, engage in critical thinking with them, engage in creative thinking with them. Come, talk about problem solving. How are we going to solve this problem? Make decisions with them. So even when we are talking about leadership, let us always remember to think about this leadership from when the children are small. Let us begin to develop them. Let us handhold them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Makofi kwa Margaret. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take a short break before we hear from Melly and also hear from Kili. And that break, we will listen from some of our key speakers on Flash Talks. And we want to begin with a brief talk from one of our distinguished speakers who is supposed to be with us here today. And that is none other than Advocate Richard Cheruyot, who is the chairman of Export Processing Zone EPZ-A. Cheruyot was one of our panelists last year, and he was able to bring out the aspect of industrialization in our counties, what we need to do, and the interventions that were already existing in that particular sector. Advocate Cheruyot is the chairman of Board of Export Processing Zones Authority EPZ-A, a state corporation under the Ministry of Investment, Trade, Industry that is mandated to promote and facilitate and regulate or export-oriented investment in Kenya. As the board chair, he provides strategic oversight for the authority governance, policy direction, and initiatives aims at enhancing Kenya's competitiveness in the regional manufacturing and export hub. Advocate Cheruyot is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He is an experienced legal practitioner with extensive experience in corporate law, commercial transaction, governance, regulatory compliance, and strategic advisory. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Advocate Cheruyot, who will be standing here with us just to give us a talk in terms of what are we doing in the industrialization sector for the next 3 to 5 minutes. Over to you, Cheruyot.
Riding on the protocols that have been established, allow me to also pass our congratulatory messages on my own behalf and on behalf of
EPZ for the milestones that Wareng Powerhouse has achieved. So I think all of us, we can give ourselves a round of applause. I think briefly what EPZ does, like you can see from the video that is playing, is that the gap that the legislature intended to seal was to address 3 issues. Issue number 1 was to address the issue of trade deficit between Kenya and the external countries, so that this addresses the question of export versus imports. We all know that as a country, we have a huge deficit. We import more than what we export. So what the government wanted to do when they came up with this legislation, try and narrow that gap. Number 2, what the government wanted to do was also to increase our forex reserves, because when we do international trade, we do not trade in Kenya shillings, we trade in dollars. Mostly we trade in dollars. Number 3, we wanted to boost job creation in our country. So this program has assisted us to do these 3 items. For example, when this regime, with this government came in, when William Ruto and his government came in, the following statistics were prevailing. The average cumulative export was 75 billion Kenya shillings, while the average the average investments was 75 billion. The average export was 175, while 25,000. So in the 3 years the president has been in power, he has been able to grow our cumulative investments from 75 billion to 201 billion under the EPZ program. That represents about 40% increase. Then on exports, we've grown from 75 billion to 140 billion in the 3 years. That again represents about 43%. We've also grown employment from 75% to 132,000. We've also grown the farmers, backward linkage that is supporting the farmers, from below 200,000, we are now at 400,000. So all this has been achieved through very intensive programs by the president. What are these programs that the president has done? Number 1, our president has been at the forefront in growing our markets. We have signed several treaties with the US, European Union, England, Africa, India, Japan, and Canada, so that we now have a bigger pool of market where we can export our products. The president has also deliberately put money on the EPZ program. Over the last 3 years, the president has put 5 billion Kenya shillings to the export processing program. And number 3, the president has increased the number of export zones in this country. For a long time, we've had EPZ at the river, but now we have EPZs in 5 other stations. We have EPZ in the river, we have EPZ in Sagana, we have EPZ in Murana, we have EPZ in Eldoret, and we have an EPZ in Busia, in Mombasa and Nakuru, but we've been faced by legal litigation. What we want our people to do, and when I was here last time, moderator, I insisted that for a very long time, we've always had this impression that investments should be done by foreigners. Manufacturing should be done by foreigners. So we've always believed it's either Asians or Chinese or other people. What I want to encourage you is that we must be on this table. We must be on this table, because without manufacturing, we will never have generational wealth as a country and as a community. Let me give you an example. In all our EPZs, unfortunate statistics, in all our EPZs, the first entrants of our community are the people that I helped to get into this program.
So as we speak now, when we talk about the export that I've talked about, 140 billion, we do not have exports under EPZ from our own people. We do not have. Why? Is it that we don't have rich people in our community? Do you think that we must have billions to run a factory? We shouldn't, because what happens in this EPZ program, we also have SMEs and incubator centers where we help our people to start growing in these programs. So what I am asking all of you, is that I want us to be part of this program. I'm very happy to report that in our EPZ in Eldoret, Karibu Senator, Karori, Karibu. So what I'm happy to report to you, and I want this to become a case study for all of us, is that our first investor whom we have evaluated and approved and given the letter to start preparation for investment is from our own region in Eldoret. That is going to be the first investor number one in Eldoret is going to come from our region. So what I'm asking our people, and what I'm asking the senator, the good thing is our senator is here. I think because we are an agro-producing area, we need to leverage on our capacity to engage in agro-processing. And how can we leverage on agro-processing? We cannot do, these farmers cannot do Bwana Senator. We need government, we need our county government to organize our farmers into cooperative unions. What surprised me when I became the chairman is that there are very strong cooperative unions in central Kenya. We have about 348. So when we put up 4 sheds in Kirinyaga, all of them were taken instantly. But in our region here, we've only had 1 shed taken. I've also gone out of my way to help the Nandi County avocado growing farmers to get a loan and to start setting up their factory for manufacturing. So what I want to assure you is that we are in this together. We are going to assist you to make sure that we guide you through this export processing business, so that when you come in, you are able to take advantage of these opportunities. So I would like to request briefly to just you play for them the video again. We have many opportunities under export processing because we issue 3 types of licenses. We issue enterprise license where you are exporting. We issue service license where, for example, you want to offer banking services, transport and logistics within the EPZ zone. And number 3, we issue developer license. If you do not want to do manufacturing, you can come in there and put up go-downs, and then we'll get you customers to take up these go-downs. So there are all these opportunities, and we want you to be part of it. So when the president comes to launch the EPZ in Eldoret, we want all those sheds to be taken by locals. I do not want to imagine that now we will have again Chinese taking all the zones, all the go-downs, and we don't have our own there. Please, I beg you, please come to EPZ. We will. To help you people, I have relocated the regional office of EPZ from Kisumu to Eldoret to become the office, the official office to control Busia, to basically control South Rift, North Rift, Nyanza, and Western. The headquarters is going to be in Eldoret, and it's going to help you people to participate in this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Asante sana. Thank you very much, and welcome our Senator and Wakili Karori, karibuni sana. We were on a panel discussion and at the same time having some of the flash talks as we continue with our panel discussion. So maybe before I bring in, I understand there is a documentary from the Digital Health Authority. So studio, if you are ready, you can play before we go to the final questions to our panelists. Documentary.
over 50 million people deliver universal health coverage without a digitally connected health system? The answer is simple. We cannot. The healthcare of the 21st century is no longer. Distinguished guests, esteemed Wareng Powerhouse members, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a privilege to address you this evening on a subject that will shape not only the future of healthcare, but the future of Kenya itself. Digitizing health services for greater access and efficiency. Allow me to begin with a simple question. How can a nation of over 50 million people deliver universal health coverage without a digitally connected health system? The answer is simple. We cannot. The healthcare of the 21st century is no longer defined by the size of hospitals or the number of beds. It is defined by the quality, speed, and accessibility of information. Information saves lives. Right available to the right healthcare provider at the right time can mean the difference between life and death. As chairman of Digital Health Agency, I have witnessed firsthand the remarkable transformation taking place across our country. Electronic health records, telemedicine, e-prescriptions, digital referrals, health information exchange, artificial intelligence, and predictive analytics are no longer ideas for tomorrow. They are becoming the standard of care today. Imagine a patient in Mandera arriving at a referral hospital in Eldoret, where the doctor already has their complete medical history. Imagine a healthcare system where patients no longer carry paper files from one hospital to another, where medicines are tracked digitally, referrals happen instantly, and healthcare decisions are driven by real-time data. That is the promise of digital health. It is faster, it is smarter, it is more efficient. Above all, it is more human. When health information flows securely and seamlessly, patients receive better care, clinicians make better decisions, unnecessary duplication is eliminated, fraud is significantly reduced, and public resources deliver greater value to every Kenyan. But digital health is not simply about technology. It is about dignity. It is about equity. It is about ensuring that the quality of healthcare a Kenyan receives is determined not by their geographical location, but by their collective commitment to innovation and inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather today in a region uniquely positioned to lead this transformation. Eldoret is the city of champions. Nandi is the source of champions. Elgeyo Marakwet is the home of champions. Yet, our championship extends far beyond athletics. This region continues to produce exceptional doctors, researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs, educators, farmers, manufacturers, and technology leaders whose impact is felt across Kenya and beyond. With institutions such as Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, our universities, a vibrant innovation ecosystem, expanding ICT infrastructure, and a culture that celebrates excellence, Eldoret possesses every ingredient required to become East Africa's leading digital health and medical innovation hub. As we invest in roads, airports, industries, and modern cities, let us remember that the most transformative infrastructure of this century is digital infrastructure. Because every road ultimately leads to a hospital. Every business depends on healthy people. Every economy depends on a productive workforce. And every family deserves access to quality health care. The future, therefore, calls upon all of us, government, the private sector, academia, healthcare professionals, and citizens to embrace innovation, strengthen partnerships, invest in digital skills, safeguard patient data through robust cyber security, and ensure that no Kenyan is left behind in this digital revolution. Allow me to conclude with this thought. The greatest wealth of any nation is not buried beneath its soil. It lives within its people. Healthy people build strong families. Strong families build resilient communities. And resilient communities build prosperous nations. Digital health is not merely a technological advancement. It is the bridge that will connect every Kenyan to better health care, greater opportunity, and a healthier future. Together, let us build a healthcare system that is accessible, intelligent, inclusive, and worthy of the people it serves. Together, let us build a healthier, smarter, and more prosperous Kenya. God bless you, and God bless Kenya.
Thank you. Sante Sana. That was one of our members, Simatua Silas, the chairman of the Digital Health Authority. He was not able to join us, but he sent that video link for us to be able to listen to his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and welcome our keynote speaker who joined us when we were watching this. Tukaribisha our keynote speaker, karibu sana. Thank you, and we're really excited to have you once again. So we will be winding up our panel, but before that, just because this was on aspects of digital health, I think it is important for us to link it with one of our keynote speaker, not the keynote speaker, but one of the flash talks that we had, which was from Dr. Wilson Arwasa, who was just to give us an highlight of what is happening as a medical, what was in issue as a medical city destination, what is happening in the medical sector. Dr. Wilson Arwasa is the Presidential Health Advisor in the Executive Office of the President, where he provides strategic counsel on national health policy, health system strengthening, and implementation of universal health coverage, UHC. In the role, he supports government health agenda under the bottom-up economic model better, under the bottom-up transformation agenda, with focus on health financing, human resource for health, digital health, and integrated health delivery. A distinguished consultant obstetrician and gynecologist, Dr. Arwasa has over 3 decades of experience in clinical medicine, healthcare management, public health leadership. Prior to his appointment to the Executive Office of the President, he served as the Chief Executive of Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital from the year 2015 to 2023, leading an East and Central Africa largest referral hospital through a period of significant institutional transformation. During that time, he was able to receive several awards, including EBS, Elder of the Burning Spear. He was also recognized by Wareng Powerhouse for his distinguished service in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Arwasa to give us his talk. Karibu.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good evening, Wareng Powerhouse. I feel, like I'm back home, and Wareng Powerhouse is our home. I'm one of the founding members, and I must congratulate the leadership of Wareng Powerhouse, led by the 2 super admins, Joseph and Daniel, for the good work you've done over the years, and supported by the committee members that I've seen here today. Allow me to recognize our keynote speaker, Dr. Kimetich, our senator, Dr. Mandago, because he's also the chair of the Health Committee, and Oliver, our counsel from the Executive Office of the President, Justice Chemite, Justice Kendakor, and all the distinguished guests here tonight, or is it this evening? My successor, Dr. Kirwa, is just come in at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Welcome, Dr. The
County Secretary, and I'm sure the governor also is going to be here with us. I've met a few staff from Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and I was very proud to meet them after some time. So welcome everybody, and mine is some short presentation, but I want to say that when His Excellency the President took over the leadership of this country in 2022, there were 5 key pillars. And one of them is universal health coverage, which is now called Taifa Care. The others are food security or improvements in agriculture, housing or affordable housing, markets, and hostels. Now we've expanded it a bit more. We also have MSMEs, medium and small, micro, medium and small enterprises. And of course, digital superhighway that the director from ICT Authority has handled very well. Say that there are a number of pillars from the World Health Organization that we also call them investment areas. And one of them being leadership and governance in healthcare. The other one is service delivery. And when we talk about service delivery, we are talking about quality. And I'm beginning to answer, your challenge when a moderator, that if we are to invite people to come to our region as tourists, whether local tourists or international tourists, we must be talking about quality service delivery. What makes people to leave their countries to come to our country? They have to come here because maybe we cut down the waiting times, like for a total hip replacement surgery or a cardiac surgery. Maybe the cost is cheaper compared to Europe or US and the like. We also have other pillars or other investment areas, and the most critical is human resources for health, which, as you know, we've invested a lot from 2022. We have also health information system and the Digital Health Authority. We just had a presentation from DHA Chair Silas Simoto, and many other areas, but I want to focus on a few areas and show that why we need to invest more in health. Dr. Kinyatich and Oliver, sometimes people think that health is just there to consume, but that is not true. We are a critical investment area. In fact, if you look at the last 10 years in the world economy, about half of the improvements in the world economy have been realized because of improvements in the health of the people. When you increase the life expectancy of the global life expectancy or the country life expectancy by 1 year, you also increase the economic growth by at least 4%. These are facts that have been documented by the UN Health, Employment and Economic Report, and also by the WHO. So health is not just a consumer, as we have thought about before, but it's an investment. We are also investing, therefore, in health infrastructure because we must get dignified healthcare in the best infrastructure that can be available. As you are all aware, the last time there were major investments in health were in the 1970s and in the 1980s, under the presidency of the late Mzee Moi. The only other time that we have invested at a similar, if not a larger scale, is under our presidency, under William Samoei Ruto. And I think we need to really appreciate and acknowledge that bit. And there's a list there that I don't see the presentation, but I hope it is there. There's a list of where are we investing, which is informed by data. It is informed by the population levels. It is informed by the health demographics. It is informed by the disease patterns in those regions. And as we speak, a number of hospitals are either completed, others are starting or ongoing, and others are yet still being planned for. A few of them that I can mention is that for those which have been completed, we have a few hospitals that have been upgraded, like for example, Meru, so that you can see we are looking at the whole country. We are not just focusing on one region. Meru is being converted to a level 6 national referral hospital by upgrading the infrastructure there. Then we have Othaya level 6 that in the previous administration had been upgraded to a level 6, but only by name. It is now that we are investing to upgrade it by structure, by functionality, and by the HR to be a proper level 6. When we come to our region here, we are upgrading. Of course, we are doing a new Moi teaching and referral hospital. And listening last year, I think at a similar summit like this, Dr. Kirwa, you had a presentation on the new MTRH, and therefore I'll not go into it, but please pass by there and check on the progress. I'm sure we are almost at 10% of construction now, and we are going, pole, but we will reach there. So the good thing is, and moderator, you have been posting every day your own 5 pillars, not similar to the ones of the president, but also not so dissimilar. And I see always one is MTRH. So MTRH, the new MTRH is in progress. It's about 10%. Kapsabet County Referral Hospital is also being modernized under the MOD, the Ministry of Defense. In Londiani, that is in Kericho, there is going to be a level 6 that will be done through a Chinese grant. In Kisumu, we are also doing properly the Jaramogi Teaching and Referral Hospital by upgrading it to be a proper level 6. Not just by gazettement like we've already done, but by actual structure. We have 2 distinct projects of hospitals. One is what we call the GKSD group of hospitals, where we are doing about 15 county referral hospitals, new ones from Nyamira to Migori to Kilifi to Mandera to Marsabit to Bomet to Narok to Laikipia, that is Nanyuki, and everywhere in between. It is very well spread geographically. Then we have also a second group of hospitals, which we call them the Amson's group of hospitals, 10 mother and baby hospitals. The 10 mother and baby hospitals are spread across the country again. And guess one of them is where? It's right here in Western Issue in Huruma. So Huruma is going to get a new mother and baby hospital, slightly bigger than MTRH Dr. Kirwa, the MTRH mother and baby hospital. This particular one is about 250 beds. I think the MTRH one is about 200. So each of those counties, 10 counties, all the way to Galmagala. Where is Galmagala? Galmagala is in Garissa. All the way to Samburu on the highway between Mombasa and Nairobi. That is in Kwale County. All the way to a place called Siakago in Embu. All the way to Chuda in Mombasa. We are doing those mother and baby hospitals. And in Mombasa also, I forgot to mention, we are doing a level 6 hospital at Jomfu near Changamu. While the current hospital will remain as a county hospital, and it is based, as you know, in Vita, but this one now is in Jomfu. So all this is because health care is a serious investment, and we want our people to get dignified universal health coverage. Even as we don't forget the primary health care. We should not forget prevention, good nutrition, good exercise, good diet, and all that. So you can appreciate that landscape. There is a lot that is happening there. And even in the other fields like human resources for health, in leadership and governance, we are improving all those. So that health is not just share, as you hear most of the time, but we have done very well also in healthcare financing through those changes in the law and also the changes that have been brought about to Social Health Authority. Now, as I wrap up, I want to mention that a country or an institution rises and falls on leadership. And according to John C. Maxwell, in his book, The High Road Leadership. And now John C. Maxwell is also the author of the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. According to this New York bestseller author, he says that, apart from many other things he says, but he says, do the right things for the right reasons. That's one of the biggest statements he makes in this book of the high road leadership. There are 3 roads. High road is a person who does something without expecting anything in return. You just do it as a matter of your own personal principle. The middle road is you give me something, I also give you. That is most of us, isn't it? And I want to challenge our Wareng powerhouse to try and belong to the high road leadership. High road leadership, you do not have to receive anything from anybody to go and assist them or support them. The third way is what we call the low road. The low road leadership is like a sucker. They just want to get from others. And they will wait until super admin tells them, please contribute. Please, we do not want you to wait until the super admin, when you see the super admin is reaching out, when you see the super admin is reaching out, you know that you belong to the low road leadership. We would like each one of us today, if I was to leave anything to you, is please belong to the high road leadership. And you can go and read more in the book that I've just mentioned by John C. Maxwell, The High Road Leadership. Like the leaders who bring people together in a world that is so divided. Finally, in the book of Leviticus, in the book in Luke, chapter 10, verse 25 to 37, there is a story there about a good Samaritan, which most people know is about who is your neighbor. But interestingly, this story also talks about the three roads I've just mentioned. You know, there was somebody who was traveling from Jerusalem to Jericho. The road was very dangerous, and he was attacked by robbers along the highway. So the robbers belonged to the low road leadership. You can imagine also a priest passed by. But instead of helping this person who had been attacked, what did the priest do? The priest passed the other side. After the priest, there was a Levite. You know who the Levites are? These are the sons of Levi, who was one of the 12 sons of Jacob. So the Levite also passed by just like the priest. But the third person who passed there, who was from the high road leadership, was actually somebody who was not expected to do that, the Good Samaritan. And the Good Samaritan not only cleaned and dressed this person's wound, also took the person to a hotel, which those days were called inns. Because it's not just a hotel, but it's a hotel also where you can do storytelling, you can chat, you can enjoy, and so on. And it acts like a hospital also. So I wanted to go and read that story about a Good Samaritan. That's what we call high road leadership. And that should be a challenge to each and every one of us to belong to the high road leadership. And I would like you, I know many people here have talked about entrepreneurship, which is a good thing when a moderator. But entrepreneurship will not change this country, will not transform this country. What will change this country is high road leadership as exhibited by none other than His Excellency the President. Thank you. And one of the ways of, and we should not forget the private sector. I saw the Apollo group of hospitals is coming here with the Balma group, and I hope it is almost going to happen, the Balma group. But we must not forget the private sector, the role of the private sector. The public sector should be the driver, yes, but the private sector should also contribute. I'm told that my time is up, but there is a lot more that we could share, which we will share next time.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you, Daktari. So we will quickly wind up our panel here before we will, then after that we'll get from the two flash talks that we are yet to listen to. That is from Magdalene, who will share with us on aspects of AI, and also from engineer Luke. If he is already with us in the house, we will hear from them after we wrap up with the panel. So let me go back to our panel, and maybe for the sake of our chief guests, we have had a panel here, which we have Bonapole representing the PS in charge of ICT, and he has also been able to unpack aspects of ICT, what is happening and what we need to do as a county. We also honor to have distinguished ladies there. One of them is Lady Justice Kendagor, and she has also been able to unpack aspects of
the judicial support in terms of entrepreneurial support and investment in the county, pointed out aspects to do with alternative dispute resolution, what we need to do, and also placed assurance to us that judiciary is there to support investments, and they will be able to make sure that any investments that is done within our county is safeguarded and guaranteed. We also have one of the distinguished ladies also with us, Margaret Koskei. She runs Chaland Foundation, an NGO, and she has been able to unpack what they do, aspects of social psycho support. And one of the critical things that she pointed out is the fact that we are doing very well in terms of equipping our children with technical skills. We are doing very well in terms of bringing our children, providing the best education that they can be. But one area we are failing is providing that social psycho support. And that is why we have very intelligent children, but they cannot manage themselves even on aspects of drug abuse, issues to do with addiction. They cannot be able to do that because that is an area that we are lagging in, and she really insisted that that has to be embedded even in our education system, and we need to play our role as a society. The other panelist we had, unfortunately she left, was June Chepkemei, the CEO of Tourism Board, and she brought out very interesting perspective. She pointed out that there is need for the county to identify and package tourism products so that they themselves can be able to take up the marketing aspect of those investment opportunities that the county would have packaged. So she challenged us on us, but the promise that we made is that we are going to have another webinar where she will really bring out that aspect of tourism within our region, what we need to do. And she gave an example of what is happening in Turkey. She said an hospital would be like Eka Hotel. A 5-star hotels are now being converted into hospital, and that is the tourism, medical tourism destination. And then the other panelist that we have, which we are going to hear from him now, his last question is Philip Melly, the county secretary was in Gishu. He was able to respond on issues to do with the tourism within our region, what is happening within North Rift, the opportunities are there, including Lake Turkana. And then we also have the young man here, the gentleman, Felix Kili, and he brought out the aspects of precision agriculture. It really amazed us here in terms of how satellites are used, GPS systems are used in farming, precision, drones to scout and to identify any infection within the farm. So that is the areas that he has been able to bring out and encourage us. One statement that he made is that young farmers, young people do not dislike farming as we see, but what they dislike is traditional form of farming. He said if farming is made to be modernized, the young people will really go into that farming. So as we wind up, we still have 2 questions to ask. That is one for Melly and the other one for Kili. And Philip Melly, the question is, what one county level policy reforms would have the biggest impact on attracting investments within the region? So maybe investment and accelerating industrialization. Maybe you can just point out those particular issues in the next 3 minutes. Over to you, Melly.
Thank you. Trade development and regulations is a devolved function for the counties. And as was in Gishu County, come up with a proper investment policy to really bring out the opportunities within the counties that can attract investment for profitability. And through those policies, we mentioned areas of ease of doing business, access to affordable, low-level capitalization facilities that you provide, and also the infrastructure that you provide for them, which include the water, sewer, and trying to bring in safety and security measures in between. I want to give a very simple example of what has been attracted in the county after presentation of such a policy. We are the only county that has been able to go through the process of PPP, private initiative partnership, to actually convert our city through provision of street lighting, fiber, optic, and smart city solutions, which at every other point will be able to put hotspots to strengthen business and online businesses across our markets, manage our parking, manage our digital advertising, manage information transfer. You'll be able to pull fiber optic cables across about 140 kilometers around the city. You will have more than 20,000 street lights powered by aluminium, generated by solar. You'll be able to have CCTVs with intelligent face recognition and character recognition across all of them. So you find that at the end of the day, you'll have a smart city which provides ease of access to businesses, advertising, communication, and online markets where you can publish your products across the market and exchange information. Even professionals can exchange their careers and be able to know. For example, if you need a plumber from one point, you'll be able to post and you'll be able to access it. So that private investor finds an ease of doing business within Uasin Gishu because of the investment policy that has been strategized and developed within the county to attract this business. In addition to that, you see, we've done a trading and markets strategy. Government, which will attract more than 6,000 businesses. The question is, what will they be trading in? We have the county aggregation industrial parks, which is almost 70% done in Weben. What business shall continue inside there? We have what the chairman has just mentioned to us about the EPZ, which is almost done across the acrobatics. And we have a raft of investors. If you look around Eldoret, you see there are so many shopping malls that have been put in place. They are growing and they are continuing.
Chief guest, who has been accompanied by our peers, and His Excellency the Governor has also joined us. Karibuni sana. Thank you very much. Asanteni. So, Chief guest, we are winding our panel discussion, and we were getting a response from Meli, so maybe you can finalize, Meli.
Thank you, and welcome our Chief guest, our Head of Public Service, and our Governor and our peers. I was just re-emphasizing on the fact that County of Uasin Gishu has been able to put up the investment and the trade and markets strategies. And that is the reason why you'll find that the smart city solution that is happening, and probably by October or so, we shall have launched it. This is to enable ease of doing business, provide security, provide ease of advertising, provide ease of access to information and hotspots using the internet and fiber connectivity that shall be connected all over, even to the estates. And this shall cover between Mailitisa to Cheblaske Airport all the way to Chepkanga. It means we shall have provided ease of access to information exchange through the fiber, provided high-level security through these character recognition CCTVs and visual CCTVs.
The mini more than
street lights. That makes business peaceful, comfortable, security provided. And that is the policy that we say, through this investment policy, through the trade and markets strategy, we are able to push that. The backward and forward linkages that we are doing for our KIPES and the EPZ is to attract investors that will see end-to-end, from the raw material products to the processed products to the market. And that is why you find that the spaces in KIPES will actually be fully occupied, because you are giving a complete solution to an investor, telling the investor, you'll get a whole solution easily in one place. This is what the county is putting up to ensure we attract investment, attract businesses, and create employment within Uasin Gishu County.
Thank you. Asante sana. Thank you, Meli, for bringing out those aspects of investment within the county. And the chief guest, together with the distinguished guests, including His Excellency the Governor, we now want to hear from the last panelist, and this one is a young man who is involved with the aspects of precision agriculture. How can technology, innovation, and partnership transform the North Rift into Kenya's leading model for climate-smart and profitable agriculture? Maybe you can just unpack that to us.
Thank you once again. My first solution is we need to build a North Rift. By doing so, we partner with universities, we partner with farmer groups, We partner with research institutions, startups, and the purpose of this is to develop practical technology for the local farmers. We also need to scale mechanization and precision agriculture, and this will be a big thing for the government to help in, because they can offer things like machinery financing, they can build training centers, demonstration farms where people can come and learn from them, and also offer tax incentives so that farmers can adopt these technologies. I think technology should not be a privilege only for large farmers, but it should be something that even the smallholder farmers have access to in an affordable way. We also need to invest in value addition and market intelligence. So production, technology should not just end up at production. It needs to go into finding good markets for farmers who produce their produce. Because farmers cannot only make profits through increasing their production, but by selling smarter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, distinguished guests, we have had a very interesting panel. Maybe just a quick sum up of what the panel was able to bring. From the far end, we have Boalei, who is representing the PS in charge of ICT, and he was able to unpack aspects of ICT within the country, what is initiative within the ICT. We also had Lady Justice Kendagor, and she was also to bring out the aspects of judicial support in terms of investment. Is ready and willing to support investors in order for them to have more confidence in terms of investing within our region. Then we a distinguished lady here, Margaret Koskei from Chalan Foundation, and she was able to bring out the aspects of psychosocial support amongst the young people, what the NGO that she's running is doing. And one very interesting thing that he left to us is the fact that we are bringing up very young, bright children, but there is need for us to invest more in their psychosocial support so that they can be able to be all-rounded people, rather than being very intelligent, but they cannot be able to manage themselves on aspects of addiction and other challenges that they are likely to face. On this other empty seat distinguished guest, we had one of the panelists, June Chepkemei, and she brought out issues of tourism within our region, the marketing aspect, and challenged the counties for us to be able to package the products for them to be able to market our region as an investment destination. And some of the things that were discussed here includes marketing our region as a medical city destination, what we can be able to do, and also as cultural tourism destination. The other panelist that we had is the one that was speaking when you came in, Philip Meli, the County Secretary Uasin Gishu. He was also able to bring out what has been done in Uasin Gishu, the efforts that are being put to attract more investors, and also the efforts that have been put in terms of creating enabling environment for the investors to be able to invest within the county, and the industrialization journey that has been there, including some of the key flagship projects in each of the sub-counties as part of the initiatives of industrializing our county. The last speaker, distinguished guest, was Felix Kili, and he brought out very interesting dimension in terms of mechanizing our farms. He talked about satellite use in the farms. He talked about GBS, using the GBS models in the farm. He talked about precision agriculture, talked about use of the drones, just the aspects of ensuring that our farms are digital and also mechanized using what we call precision farming. And one very interesting comment that he left us with is that young people are willing and ready to go into the farms, but one of the challenges that they are not ready to go is into traditional farming. So he said, if we modernize our farms, the young people are willing and ready to go into the farms. That is the panel that we had, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and I want to kindly request that we give them a round of applause as we usher them back to their seat. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much, the panel that we had. Asanteni sana. Asante. Oh, sorry. Being requested that the panel, please, we need to take a group photo here, please. Sorry. our distinguished panel, please. I'm told that you'll have a privilege of having a photo with our chief guests, the distinguished panelists. Panelists. And we request the chief guest and the other leaders to join. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, chief guest. Thank you. So as we wind up our session, which was more of the panel discussion, we also had flash talks, which we were talking about a few topical issues that is affecting our region. We still have one more person to make a very short presentation on flash talks, and I would want to welcome Magdalene from EldoHub to finalize our session on flash talks. Magdalene. Karibu.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. I want to ask a question. Do we all remember when calculator came in the first time? Do we remember? Do you remember how mathematics teachers went for mandamano in the US because there was of the calculator? They were saying that, you know, it is going to affect the quality of education and etc. I don't know if you also remember the Bankers Association when they also protested about M-Pesa. Do you remember? Yeah, and another question would be, how many of you believe that AI is going to replace their jobs? Yeah. Yes, so that's what we are going to talk about today. AI, it's about AI. But before I do that, I wanted also to share my journey. When I was preparing for this session, I thought about the kind of audience that we have. I thought about using a lot of jargon, and I decided I'm gonna use my personal stories. And recently, I was telling someone that if you want to grow closer to God, start an initiative or start a business. Utaambia chova, kitarito njova. Let me get through this week, because it is not easy. Every day becomes a prayer. There are salaries to be paid. There are proposals. You sometimes have to survive every day. So running a business is a journey, or more or less running anything, even innovation, running it is a journey. And in this region, we are known for athletics. And I can say that when you're running a business, it is not a sprint, it is a marathon. I think we've all seen Kipchoge, training very hard. I even saw him submerging himself in some ice water. And, it takes a lot for someone to succeed. You have to keep going. You have to be resilient. You have to be consistent until you win. And I'm asking ourselves, why in this region where athletes, we see athletes every day without shoes, running, and all of a sudden, they are global, they are recognized globally. They are winning medals globally. And why are we not borrowing the same values as Kenyans? Yet everyone knows that, athletics, that's what we are known for, athletics. June talked about Trump, recognizing and asking about, athletics, because that's what we are known for. And why don't we use the same values? Even to our Gen Zs, it is not an overnight success. You have to work hard each and every day. There are patience, and above all, it teaches you that if you stop learning, you also stop growing. And I know this because I have lived it as an entrepreneur, having started an organization, just like our athletes, started here in Eldoret, and we've worked in over 40 counties across the country. We have worked also in other African countries, and we have been recognized even globally. When I started EldoHub over 9 years ago, I wasn't chasing technology. I wasn't trying to build one of Kenya's leading innovation hub. I was simply trying to solve problems. I saw so many talented young people graduating with degrees, and I think Mrs. Koskei talked about it, about our young people and the degrees, but they are struggling to get meaningful employment. I really saw entrepreneurs working harder every day, yet finding it difficult to grow businesses. And I saw organizations spending too much time on repetitive tasks instead of creating value. I didn't fall in love with technology. I actually fell in love with how we are solving problems. And technology became a tool for me. Today, that tool has really evolved into something more powerful than anything we have before, and it is called artificial intelligence. I think everyone here has had AI every day. And when you hear AI, everyone thinks about ChatGPT, Claude, and several other platforms that exist. That is just one example of AI. There are so many things, so many platforms, so many AIs that have been built. Others think it's robots taking over jobs. Some are super excited, while others are afraid. And I know several people are afraid about AI. What happens now if I don't understand AI? Yeah, but you need to know one thing. AI has labeled the playing ground. Initially, big organizations had the luxury of accessing data. Like, for example, Google, those other organizations, because they had put in a lot of money. But now with AI, in a few minutes, anyone, even a small business in Uasin Gishu County, can be able to access data and can be able to make sense of that data, especially in terms of building their businesses. And that is what AI does. And if you are struggling and afraid of the repetitive task, you have been given the same opportunity that even other bigger organizations have. And that is with AI. So I thought about AI when I was really preparing for this. And I want us to take AI like a journey, which has 3 stages. One of them is the traditional AI. We've been using AI without knowing over time. Traditional AI doesn't create content. It analyzes data, identifies pattern, and predict what is likely to happen next. Every time Google Maps reroutes your traffic because of traffic, every time your bank detects suspicion activity on your account, that is actually the traditional AI that we've been using. It had even gotten to a point where, and I remember one of a case study, like in the supermarkets where people were putting cameras. Organizations are very aggressive. They want to sell. They want to. They look for all ways in which they do that. So some of them had put cameras, and they were making sense of how the customers react when they are picking their products. And we know Africa we are more expressive. We use a lot of facial expression when you do not like. We do not express ourselves by saying, oh, I do not like this because of this and this. So people were very aggressive, and they were trying to get how data is going to help around that. So that is traditional AI. It helps us make better decisions because it learns from historic data. The second stage is what we call generic AI. And this is where the world is today. This is the AI that creates, it writes reports, it also writes our speeches. I don't want to say it was writing the speeches. It writes our reports. It also drafts our proposal. And I think we are, nowadays, if you also have the human touch, it makes you become more unique. Because everyone, I can assure you, 70%, I don't have the right statistic, but everyone will use AI. So it is also unique when you have that human. Now it is hard to find someone who does it without using AI. So if you can do that, it is also an advantage on your side. So now the human touch is now becoming more valuable. So our AI on generative AI, so unarusha unamwambia, it could draftie all the content. And then you have the speech in 2 minutes. You didn't have to sit down and do that. And then it generates presentations, summarizes meetings, create marketing campaigns, and even helps prepare speeches, like I already said. ChatGPT, Gemini, Cloud, and several others. That is generative AI. And I want to confess something. AI helped me think through part of this speech. Yeah, but it didn't replace me. It didn't know my journey. It didn't know my story. It didn't know the lessons entrepreneurship has taught me. Those are still mine. AI gave me the speed. It did not replace my experience. It did not replace my judgment. And it certainly did not replace my purpose. Then comes the third stage, which is now agentic AI, what Wale was talking about. This is where things become really interesting. Agentic AI doesn't just answer a question, it performs tasks. Imagine arriving at your office, finding that your AI assistant has already sorted your emails, your schedules, your meetings, follow-ups, clients, updated even your CRM, prepared your daily reports, and all these things while you are sleeping. That isn't science fiction anymore. It is already happening. It's already happening. Now let me ask you a question. Having listened to that, should we be afraid? Tunafaa kuwa afraid of AI? I don't think so. But I don't think we should be learning. But history has taught us this lesson before. The calculator that I've talked about never replaced accountants. Excel never replaced finance managers. Google never replaced teachers. Instead, the people who learned to use those tools became more productive than who didn't. So that's what I will just wanted to give you, the 3 things, the 3 stages, and the journey of AI. So in conclusion, business is still a marathon. The difference is that today, some people are running the marathon with better shoes, better maps, and better tools. AI is one of those tools. Don't fear it. So will AI replace? So today, AI will not replace you. I just want to make that. But it will, someone who understands AI will replace you. Thank you.
Wapi makofi yake Magdalene? Thank you. Makofi mazuri jamani. Basi kwa nafasi hii mgeni wetu wa heshima nimkaribishe mwimbaji wetu Moses Zirigoi, ili baada ya hiyo nimkaribishe pastor wetu atuletee neno la Mungu. Zirigoi tafadhali. Karibu. Tumpigie makofi moja. Tena. Asante sana. Karibu.
Bwana asifiwe. Tusimame kwa heshima ya Mungu. I've been told to sing this song kwa heshima ya mgeni. Nasikia kwamba yeye anapenda sana. And beyond that, we also have to respect our God and give him praise. Can we have that? Yeah. If you know how to dance like this, let's do it together as you clap your hands. Yes. Kongo iwe
Asanteni sana, tuweza keti sasa ili tusikize neno la Mungu kutoka pastor wetu. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Amen. Riding on the protocols that have been set, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, members of Wareng Powerhouse, good evening. Praise the name of the Lord. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Watu wa mudomo ilasuna cheiso. Na watu wa mapua, God is good. And all the time, and that is his nature. Kindly give somebody a high five. It is good to celebrate one another in the house of the Lord. Amen. And if you are sitting next to someone that you've admired to sit next to all the times of your life, please take advantage of this opportunity that I've given you. Please take advantage. Take advantage, jua ni nani, for just a short while. Jaribu kukula emosto, just eat emo kidogo, si ndio? Ambia unatoka wapi, wewe ni nani. It's good to know each other, right? Thank you very much. It is indeed a great honor to stand before a gathering of men and women who have distinguished themselves in business, government, education, agriculture, professionals, community of leadership, and many other aspects of life. I don't take it for granted that I'm the one speaking before you tonight. By the board, communities, and future of our country. As we celebrate 8 years of existence with Wareng Powerhouse, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations. Pongezi kwa kazi nzuri. In the Bible, every number symbolizes something. And I want to begin by saying number 3 in the Bible symbolizes the Trinity of God. Number 7 in the Bible symbolizes the complete number of God. You remember after creation, God rested on the 7th day. But today we are celebrating. So it is therefore my prayer that this anniversary marks the beginning of an even greater season of impact, innovation, and transformation for Wareng Powerhouse. The theme that has been chosen, driving resilience, global competitiveness, and shared prosperity, was borrowed from the scriptures. And I think that is why I'm here. It is purely Justice, chapter number 11, verse 2. And if you weren't aware of this, please get it from me that it is biblical. It says, invest in 7 ventures, yes, in 8. You do not know what disaster may come upon the land. Isn't that diversification? Yes, it is. Alongside the theme of this anniversary, please put it there, the theme verse for this year. Ecclesiastes number 11, verse 2. This speaks directly to number 11, verse 2. This speaks directly. He was wealthy in matter, silver, and gold. Then we read, Abraham had become very wealthy in livestock and in silver and gold. Praise the Lord. So wealthy in matters, livestock, and silver and gold takes us to again our theme, economic diversification. Am I speaking to somebody? Joseph in the Bible, that is Genesis chapter 41, verse number 48, talks about a man who decided to preserve stored grains before famine came. And this man had been sold by his own people. Why? Because he had a dream. And the dream was not once, it was twice. Number 1, the first dream was tulikuwa
tunakata shamba mahindi, for those people who come from this region, all of us of course, and we lost stake, yeah? Stake yenu ikaangukia stake yangu. And the brothers were like, you mean to say that you will be greater than us, that we shall bow before you? They hated him a lot. The second dream was this: the stars and the moon bowed before me, and the father hated me, and the father rebuked him, that you mean to say even myself and your mother will bow before you. This man was sold because of a dream. But little that God had destined for this man to save Israelites from a great famine that was ahead of them. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say this, that we come from background of people who majored on one economic support. And I'm one of those who was brought up from a family who used to fuga ng'ombe. And I remember we used to take care of my grandfather's ng'ombe in the hills. And seriously take care of them. Ikinyesha, God forbid, ikunyeshe kwa mlima, uwezi leka ng'ombe kwa boma, then there is no milk. Because the qualification for those ng'ombe to be ng'ombe was migunne na ngozi, but there is nothing that came out of it. One way of becoming resilient and globally competing and sharing prosperity. What distinguishes ordinary leaders from transformers, I've mentioned in the Bible, had one aspect: they thought strategically. Praise the name of the Lord. Strategic thinking is the ability to see tomorrow while making today's decisions. It is the discipline of preparing for opportunities before they arrive and for challenges before they become crises. The greatest leaders in history shared one characteristic. One is this: they thought beyond the present. Joseph, I have mentioned about him, stored grain before famine came. Nehemiah inspected Jerusalem's walls before rebuilding them. Jesus, our Lord Jesus Christ, invested 3 years in 12 disciples before the world. Their victories were not accidents. They were the product of strategic thinking. Great victories are won long before the battle begins. And the two men that I've talked about, they had this aspect in their lives. They won their battle. Number one, Abraham invested in silver and gold and livestock. Joseph invested in farming, and better farming to be precise, and saved the nation at that point. Ladies and gentlemen, economic diversification is not merely an economic policy. It is a survival strategy. Back to Ecclesiastes chapter number 11, verse 2. The Bible removes survival. It is a survival strategy. Communities that depend on one source of income become vulnerable. Businesses that depend on one customer becomes vulnerable. Export only raw materials remain vulnerable. So what do we say? Diversification builds resilience. Praise the Lord. And yesterday I was thinking about a resilient person. Resilience is a matter of being firm and surviving even when the conditions are not much favorable. And I thought of a man that we come from the same constituency those days. And this man began his journey of, vied for political seat. And the first year that he vied for political seat, we were all there supporting him, because this was seemed to have been a very powerful man. He used to come around to our schools and motivate us on matters. Think big, dream big. So we really liked this man. But when it came to the reading of results, the man had failed terribly. He did not get the position. So we were discouraged somehow. But again, after 5 years, his name appeared again in ballot box. And we were like, yes, he's here again. We'll go back and vote for him. Now that is 2007, and then 2012, he was there again. We went, voted for him, and especially people who had just come from university, and this man was very good in motivational talks. We went there seriously. And when the results were read, he had failed again terribly. So we were somehow discouraged. But the man is so resilient,
Again, he was back 3 times. Then the other day, he decided to climb another ladder higher than the one that he's been vying for. You can imagine, we have voted for this man when the constituency had a name, Eldoret North, until it was changed to Bisoi constituency. We were still voting for this man, and he's not getting it. Hata kama ni wewe, so utavunjika moyo. Then the other day, he came up with a slogan on another higher level, another higher note, and everybody was like, is it possible? But the slogan, hata kama ni wewe, umefanya campaign miaka 15, iko koti ya pili kweli, si lazima tu ni moja. Then koti moja became the sitting governor of County because of resilience. Doesn't he deserve an igwe this evening? Doesn't he deserve a celebration, guys? So we are talking about diversification, builds resilience. For many years, our region has relied heavily on agriculture. Agriculture will remain our strength, yet every strength can become a vulnerability when it is our only strength. We must add value to what we produce, and many people have said that. Instead of exporting raw products, we should export finished products. Instead of selling ideas, we should build industries. Instead of creating job seekers, we should produce job creators. Instead of competing locally, we must compete globally. The future belongs to investors, and that one we've heard. There are 2 countries that I came across when I was preparing for this, and one of them is Silicon Valley in America. It is said that it possesses no gold mines, yet it has transformed the world through innovation and entrepreneurship. The second one is Singapore, and I think that is where we are going. Mr. Senator, I think that is where we are going, Singapore. Singapore, with limited land and natural resources, has become one of the world's most competitive economies through strategic leadership, investing in human capital and strong institutions. Let me go to the scriptures once again. In Matthew, chapter number 7, verse 7, the Bible says, seek, ask, and shall be given. Seek, and you shall find. And knock, and the door shall open. Ladies and gentlemen, and the people of God in the house, our greatest legacy will not be the wealth we accumulated. It will be the opportunities we created. Businesses that create jobs, strengthen families. It will be the institutions we build. It will be the young leaders we mentor. It will be the values we preserved, that is integrity. It will be prosperity we shared. Shared prosperity is not achieved when wealth accumulates in the hands of a few. History remembers builders more than beneficiaries. Praise the Lord. Now back to the same verse. What will help us to diverse, to build, to drive economic diversification that is for resilience, and not only resilience and competitiveness and shared prosperity? We have 3 principles in the Bible. And principle number 1 is the principle of asking. Asking is all about learning, that we shouldn't stop learning. The Bible says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of despise understanding. So learning is a process that we need to embrace all the days of our lives. Learning has become the word. Then you stop leading. And that is why we are in this house today. As much as we might be knowing some of the things that we need to do, we shouldn't stop learning. The second principle is the principle of seeking today's comfort. Continue to seek the betterment of tomorrow. And the last principle, the third principle, is the principle of knocking. The doors shall be opened for us if we continue to knock them. The doors of prosperity, the doors of diversification, the doors of technology that we've heard from the panel shall continue to open if we knock them. And we shall do this by building partnership. In Genesis chapter number 11, there is a group who decided to come together And they told each other, we must build a tower. And I like the group. As much as it made us to be who we are, it made me to be a Kalenjin and someone else to be a Kikuyu. But the thought that they had of coming together and make a tower touched the heart of God. The story says, when they had built, they decided to make bricks for themselves. And they built a very big tower. It touched the heart of God, and God saw it from heaven and said, if these people continue like this, nikubaya. The only mistake they did is that they didn't recognize God. They wanted to do it for themselves. Partnership is the aspect of knocking. There are people who are great achievers, but they cannot be great without partnering with other people. Let me conclude by saying the following. That the future will not be shaped by those who merely react to events. It will belong to those who anticipate change, prepare wisely, and lead courageously. Back to Ecclesiastes chapter 11 again. Invest in 7 and again in 8, because you never know when the calamity will come. May God bless Wareng Powerhouse. May God bless Kenya. May God bless everyone. God bless you.
A better clap. Wapi makofi tena. Asante sana. Ninapomwita Sanaya akuje hapa aweze kuimba pia, tuimbe stanza moja, agilige engbandanyo. Agilige, hiyo lazima watu wa IC waimbe vizuri. Tuende 143. Kuja Sanaya. Agilige yeng Eman dita embandanyo asa yengorenyo hale Jesu higi hibendati uko nyuma Jehova hagayani himnateni hagongo sabigamngon abaibayeng yetindenyo. Sanaya soti wimbo moja.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As you've heard, I'm called Soti Sanaya. I'm going to sing for you Kimungu. Imekuwa Mungu ametushikilia, tumefika mahali tuko siku ya leo. DJ please.
Hey,
shangwe na vigelegele ya sote jamani. Asante wale kiswarichen kwa nyinyi bado atarudi baadaye. So kwa sasa nataka kumkaribisha our keynote speaker na yule atakaye tukaribishia ni Professor Kamar angen daktari kimngeti kinangen agongen mengen bigajang kiboisie kapkei mota. Our chief kesinget kapkei mota koi KWS ukiboisie kapkei mota jiji. So karibu Professor mkaribishe.
Bongoi, God is good and all the time. Our guest of honor, head of public service, our keynote speaker. Let me say all protocol observed because of time. I've been given a very simple task, and that is to welcome the keynote speaker. When you have a speaker like Mgetich before you, you don't want to spoil by describing things, because it might change things. But I really felt blessed by the sermon. Invest in 7, yes, invest in 8. If there is anything we have taken from there, invest in 7, invest in 8. This is what we must do. And I think in Uasin Gishu, we've discovered that we should have been investing in 8 long time ago. We have been investing in maize and wheat, wheat and maize, maize and wheat too. Now we are being told to invest in 7, yes, invest in, and then invest them right the proper way. We have listened to the panelists and they have said invest the right way. Our keynote speaker, I can only say one thing because I've known him since university days when he was a lecturer in the University of Nairobi. And in introducing him, and I can only say one thing. He is the father of strategic planning in the university. Students are there and you know the course you are going to teach, you teach and you go home. He told us you have no strategy. We said, what strategy? We have our notes. However yellow they. One of the speakers has mentioned about what a strategic planner is. That you see tomorrow today. Using the problems of today, you can see tomorrow. So let him come and tell us how we...
Powers, we are the seniors there, but we are here to inspire the young generation. Okay? Megacher big up ka. That's really the point. Today, why? Big up calling Jin 13% of Kenya's population. 13. We are number 3. The first one is 17, then 14, then us. We shouldn't be even going to even have a share of 13% economically. We should be having higher twice. Yeah? Chamogere seneng here ke chair cherop kotoret ke. Why I'm saying this is the government of William Ruto is changing many things very fast. That if we don't adjust ourselves, let me just give you a few examples. Let's begin with the legislative agenda. There have been many things which have been changed rapidly. Privatizations have already begun. The Privatization Act was changed. Kenya Pipeline is now gone. There are a few others coming. How many of you bought Kenya Pipeline shares? Probably, I get a head of public service, win 5% which. Why? Because the alternative was maize. Yet you could have sold shares. You could have bought the shares. So privatization is one. Government is also has changed the governance of those parastatals, and there are very many coming through government on enterprise, GOE Act. So Parliament passed, the Senate approved. So strengthening of governance will, if you buy the shares and they grow, you grow with it. Safaricom was sold at 5 shillings. What's the share price of Safaricom today? Share price? 32. Look at the capital gain. Without sweating, without worrying about the rain. You see, so the government is changing very quickly. Look at, for example, in energy. Government wants 10,000 megawatts of energy. And it will be achieved probably in the next 5 years. That energy will be used for what? Number one will be data centers. You will see Naivasha changing into data center world for cloud computing and AI. Now, are we ready for that? There's a refinery coming in Lamu. The biggest, the one for Dangote will be in Lamu will be bigger than the one he has in Nigeria. Are we ready? Kitare? Pick up cargo. Kitare? We are not ready. So, the whole purpose of the theme of today is, as the world is changing, the country is changing very fast, are we also adjusting ourselves and de-risking ourselves? That's the point. Kia Golba, 60 years. I think it's only Kile, the one that I can see evidence that there was change. Chuna la konyalil. So I'm a cherak pick up. Okay? The governor always says, and I've seen a video of him saying, you know, maize has done its part. Kikotargasi nye. Okay? Magone ke sine lagi ni kikotargasi nye. Ngia mweme nyata. So, as we then cheer you up, I want just to give you a small story. You know, Ngomia ne Nairobi gurege Kalenjin Nairobian. Ngelengwaji ta America gure ne African American. So Ngomi Nairobi gure no Kalenjin Nairobian. As a Kalenjin Nairobian, 13% of Kenya's population, 19 members of parliament in Nairobi, 17 constituency elected, 1 woman representative, and the senator. I go to the lower level, MCA, members of the county assembly. There are 85 elected. Not one. It's safe. So you are not adding value. How come other people gonna be good at Nairobi are more normal? Now, the city of Nairobi is the economic hub. So, kanget bigap college korwai from the economic hub. So, number one, that's the number one diversification. So, you're a foothold, a voice in Nairobi, the capital city of the country, the seat of government, and also the economic hub of East Africa. We can't be in political power and run away from the seat of economic power. Number one, diversification. Number two, let's look at agriculture, what we do here. Kalenjin nation, Kongete Kipsigis, Ai Pokot, Ai Tugen. God has given us the best. What we sit on, because I have traveled all over the world, there is nothing like it. Killing Ginyo, did you mean that you Kunyo Dibuch? Kokongyo Anola. Kulangaba Lagimi, the land of Abraham. So they went back to Palestine. God gave us the best land, but we are not as rich as our land as given by God, because we are not de-risking ourselves by diversifying enough. So we have agreed, maize and wheat have done their bit. Okay? Now, there have been many proposals. Coffee is one. I'm happy with the coffee journey. But we want to accelerate the coffee journey. There's macadamia. There is avocado. What I'm encouraged is we are moving from food crop to cash crop. That is the biggest encouragement for me. Is today, I want to add two things as part of diversification, and I will be the champion for one. One is horticulture. Europe and the developed world are desperate for organic food. Organic food. Because they are tired of tinned food, preservatives and the rest. Now we, since God gave us the best land, can we then take advantage of agriculture or horticulture? Fresh vegetables. I know of a friend of mine who has a huge farm in Naivasha, and he only does, he's an Italian, and he only does horticulture. And he exports to Europe. What we just need to teach our people is how the value chain works. We connect you with the markets, and you have the discipline to make it happen. So that is one. The second one, and the one I'll champion next year, is potatoes. Viazi. You can do one crop of maize in a year, but you can do 4 crops of viazi in a year. So I will champion, I will come and sit with the governor and your agriculture team, and we want to champion. Kimi viazi in the 60s and the 70s, but kinyo go parage pandiandane. And that will also help us in transforming the way we do agriculture. It must be technology driven in agriculture. The way we do it must be attractive to young people, and we do it well. So therefore, we need and county government to build more dams, drill more boreholes, have irrigation equipment, and greenhouses. All those technologies must be inbuilt, not only to increase productivity, but also to attract young people. Otherwise, if we do it traditionally, of course, we'll fail. Number 3 is tourism. We will sit with June. I was in that sector. Tourism, by extension, in any part of the world, is labor intensive. It absorbs people, and you are just managing a visitor. And there is a country that really did it well, and we have to learn from it, and it's Morocco. Morocco came and did a presentation to us as Kenya in 2011, how they grew their tourism from 1 million to 10 million in 10 years. Right now, they beat Egypt, they have beaten South Africa, and they are number 1 in Africa, attracting 15 million tourists. Morocco doesn't have wildlife like we do. It doesn't have amazing climate like we do. It doesn't have, it has mountains, the Atlas Mountains is in Morocco. All they just excited Europeans is with their culture. And they attracted, as we speak now, 2026, they are on course to do 17 million tourists. Now, there's a formula in tourism called 1 to 10. For every 10 visitors, doesn't matter, even local or foreign, 1 permanent job is created. Our PS Tourism is here. We'll sit together. How we are going to attract visitors to our county here and generally Kenya. If we do that, tourism is the easiest thing. Managing a visitor is the easiest. And that's what drives agriculture. Agriculture is driven by the visitor coming and they have to eat. As we speak, Kenya has attracted 2.7 million tourists. That's too low for a country like Kenya. Too low. We should be doing 2025 in the next 10 years. It is possible. And if those visitors pass by here, what product? If we just sell wellness and people run with the Kipchoges, with their faiths, I'm telling you, we will do great things. So we need to repackage the tourism product in our counties, especially Jabaga. And we need to sit with them, PS and Skecher, each other, how we are going to transform tourism. And it begins with just products. And once the products are there, the visitors will come, automatic. Okay. Number 4 is ICT. I hope Kogas Ngaleja Kamoy Magdalene. Kogas? Magdalene started a very small idea of an ICT hub. Now, ICT hub will translate into a lab. The next stage for Magdalene is to become a lab. And from a lab into products. So she's evolving into a Silicon Valley. Can you clap for her? She's evolving. Now we need to prepare ourselves and her so that Eldoret becomes a Silicon Valley. If we help her. Now, what she lacks along the way is capital. But our capital, where does our capital go? In our capital? Bandiatke? Every year again to be. I will learn over a mate. He said no. So therefore, we need to sit and make sure that Eldoret becomes a Silicon Valley of some sort. And we now, it works when you link it to a university. Silicon Valley works very well because of Stanford University. So, make it sitting down. So therefore, ICT, and we hope that with time to come, Eldo Hub will also evolve into a Bangalore. In India, and I hope some of you will benchmark one day when you go to India, Bangalore develops some of the best software in the world. There is one which is used by banks called Finacle, the core system for banks. It is now the major core system for banks in East Africa, and it comes from a company that was born in India called Infosys. Infosys, the owner, is one of the richest people in the world, and his daughter was married by Sunak, the former British Prime Minister. And it made Sunak a billionaire because the wife was a billionaire because the father is Giberuri Lao. Otojit 10 Downing Street. Senior. Number 5 is sports. As I said, this is a quick win for us. Pick up. We have the best middle and long distance runners in the world. And the chain is endless. Since the 60s, every time some retire, new ones come. We have an endless chain. But we don't have the money. So we need to sit down and say, how do we make sure, one, we host. We hope we build a stadium hopes on hosting a Diamond League. How can the city, the correctly producing athletes, not have at least one event? Yeah? So, Governor, Jogger Stadium, let's make sure it's done well to the level accepted. So next year we can even bid for one Diamond League. Okay? I got Kipkeno Classic, which is done in Nairobi. It should be done here, surely. Kunyoga. Yeah? And then, number 6 is financial services. Now, to do all these things requires money. All these things, we need to mobilize money. A few years ago, I talked about Eldoret Stock Exchange. Now, it is more urgent that we have a place where people like Magdalene can raise capital. And I want you guys to study how capital markets work. It's very simple. It's just a sokoya, ownership of shares, and raise capital. So we need, Governor, let's actualize. Eldoret Stock Exchange, and it can be a branch of Nairobi Securities Exchange, but where capital is mobilized here. Government has set up Nairobi International Financial Center, which is, again, a platform for raising capital for companies. Grow companies, they will require capital. That capital need not be debt, because banks give you debt. We need equity. That is the one that drives. So that even when private equity firms, as we grow companies, they have a platform where you exchange the shares. A normal platform. So therefore, we need financial services. But also, Kenya, it is incredible. The fact that there is a financial institution that lifted their business. The #1 county in terms of GDP growth in Kenya is Wareng. It's not by accident. It's because they have well-developed financial services driven by equity. The richest location in Kenya is Rwadia. Rwadia is in Kangema, the original home of equity. And that their wealth came from shares that they own in equity. The shares of equity has grown roughly almost 75 times in 20 years. There are several millionaires. So that economy of Murang'a is being driven by sophisticated financial services. For example, when government introduced avocados, ideally to us in Uasin Gishu should be #1. But who is #1? It's Murang'a. Why? It's because capital was deployed. And thank God they don't have maize. So it was easy to deploy. So, financial services, so we need to own a bank. We are calling you, we need to own a bank. We need to own an insurance company. We need to have companies who are brokers, brokerage in capital markets, in our stock exchange, which we are going to open, so that then people then are introduced to functional financial system, which enables business to grow. Business grow because of credit and equity. That's how business grow. But we don't have the requisite financial systems to support. Finally, #7 is we need to export. You know, we cannot just produce for ourselves. And we need to start developing an export culture. Export culture. Now, when we have surplus, we can now sell. Now, the value chains to export are different from domestic consumption. So therefore, we need now the CEC in charge of agriculture, the CECs in charge of trade start building the value chains for people to export to Uganda, to DRC. When all these highways and railways begin, people will start moving. So we need KHRB to export, because when we export, we earn foreign exchange and we expand our income. And that's how we grow to be richer, well diversified, and resilient. How would you do it? Will we have action? Kalapasta Ngenyita Succeed is a new beginning. So, Kigecham Gang Powerhouse, we have cheered each other. Now, from year 8, it is action. Maunatanya? So, I'm here to wish you well and Kotarata Kyoba. Thank you very much.
Makofi mazuri ya daktari. Tayarisha namna hii, tayarisha namna hii, tayarisha namna hii, ongezea, ongezea, ongezea. Tumbe moja, tayarisha tena, tayarisha tena, tayarisha tena. Moja. Sio nyiti juna terere tafadhali. So kwa nafasi tunashukuru sana daktari. Kagete kage kapo ngololji bandia tiasho kwa mwagawa na jelile. Keba ngololji. So asante sana keba ngololji na uzuri kiago lobagato siki ko nuko baratif atinye. Mayajen. Kongoi karibu sana Terer, uendelee kutoka hapa.
Asante sana. Our chief guest, our keynote speaker, governor, senator, our PSS. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe tena. Basi nachukua fursa kidogo tu nipende kuwajulisha Wareng. Sasa nianze na wakulima. Wasimame tu, wakulima wasimame. Tuko na Lakata, tuko na Komol Farms, tuko na chairman daktari pale Konyit Farm. Asante. Wakulima leo wamekuwa wachache. Asante. Bas professions, wale wanafunza kwa universities. Professions, tuko na Daktari Bor, Dr. Joyce, Professor Joyce Komen, asante. Dr. Emily Ngeno, asante. Dr. Kimutai, Bomet University, asante sana. Bas, wale wa nyuma, mwajunde. Asante. Asante sana. Bas, naomba tu watu wa pale nyuma wasimame kidogo. Contractors nimewaona. Faith Barsolai, tuko na Beatrice, daktari, asante sana. Bas, naomba niite chairman Kitur aseme tu 1 minute. Alafu chairman EPZ.
Big team.
Itoror we Jehova nyo. Kimwagele itoror. Hallelujah.
Head of Public Service, Excellency the Governor, elected members of Parliament and Senate, the PSS, the Judiciary, and all of us, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. I'm given only 1 minute, but I have heard that you invest in everything, but don't forget to invest in your body. That is one thing else. I stand here and I want to congratulate. I want to thank the admins, super admin, all the admins of Wareng Powerhouse and the leadership and the planners of this event. We've really been put in a very high level of event. I never knew that we are going to have
such an event that has brought together all the leaders of Uasin Gishu, led by Head of Public Service. We've talked here. I have heard we need to go digital. And most of us here, if we talk about digital, if we talk about modernization, there was only one observation, Your Excellency Governor, I saw today in this city. I was driving along the city. Don't forget I was coming from the US, where the systems work, just a week ago. And I stood and saw what was happening with traffic lights. People are really disorganized in this city, and I was not happy. That is not for the governor. That is for the head of public service and the county secretary to look at that one. Let's make sure systems work and we follow the law. Lastly, head of public service, Rapkoske, look at these boys, these guys, I call them boys because Kimniga Ibiju and Anyongi. They have really done us great. I don't know, I cannot say anything more. Look at them. Agilein, Changin, Agile Baragota Baba. If you look at these guys, Ngutkomigi, head of public service. Kagiswayan in one of the admins today as a County Public Service Board Director, but that is not a permanent job. It's just so if you look at the rare, I think in this house, rare can really be given something if there is humbly head of public service. I'm just humbly saying that. So for those few remarks I want to say, let's expand. Me, I've been building urbanization. I think about Eldoret as a big city. Dr. Kimngetich, you've talked. But now, kapke alda borson meja, cho borson meja, tingok ile matinga yetu ile mafodi yenye ishikangi steering saa zingine, tuanze kwenda modernization, tuende tupeleke pia kwa kununua shares. But I was lucky I bought some few shares also. Otherwise, thank you very much. Let's take care of ourselves. Let's take care of this country. Let's stand together. Ache kestandeni gumye. Leader of public service. Ache magi missing gul me rabuto. Kigere got kiger jijin mami. Tesieta ga magi moy gul gele tos kibirjin ura rabuto. Agot na korat ko sabsabi gul yi. Iwana yata. So that one we have a president who has done wonders. Kogere in barabarani. From Rironi, you can see they have done some patches. They are doing serious work. The only thing we need, and I am talking to all the leaders, expansion of the Eldoret International Airport to the standard of international. We can fly from here. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you so much. Naomba Chairman Karibu, as Head of Public Service, Chairman Biga Wareng. Our chief guest, Chairman Biga Wareng, Awajenye Mumeo, Pasir Uasin Gishu. Ya kamevalia wasumba ni Biga Nandi, anakuwa Kisame ni Mumeo. Ayasama berada di sejarah kitanya narang cembiu. Aku cemame. Kitanya bi cuma menari cemame. Kau biasa seperti itu ingin komod kasih ingin saya. Namanya doa public service bonem kata si nani pas ingin saya bola tapi kalau tu mau bosan yang ini. Kisame dia si pada tej kini PSS. Kimi Krisenu, Kimi Bitok, Kimi Senator, Kimi Governor, ini dia boleh. Lagi negara itu lah. Balik kau bagi itu. Mau bahas semua ini. Kau bagi ini Profesor Nyam, amate ini Dr. Chris, boleh amate ini Governor, amate ini Senator. Mau bagi ini boleh. Agak kita sih. Engkela akila konge pagi de nyone ko ko fama to do de nyone igena giete bi kakaro me bi ya jirale ingen Eldoret club ko ki di sarat nge lamera tu nerube kemwachini senator, kemwachini governor, keyai boisionik ing kibagenge. Ko kisaun ak kemakun kiy age tugul nemie. Asanteni sana.
Riding on all the protocols that have been observed, Chief Guest, Governor, the people that I'm going to introduce next, I think are the people that Terera has been talking about. And I think just to said, because this is a World Cup season, I want to give them of Diego Maradona. Sisi wote tunafuata mpira, si ndio? So the objective is only, and it is to do what? It is to score or to win. And he says, any team that plays and does not win or score is to introduce the people that are here from government. But let me start with the central government. I request all the chairs, and I'm also the patron of Wareng. So, Chairman, kujeni mbele. The chairmen who are present, please come. I've been requested to ask you to come forward. Do you have another microphone, please? Just come. Check. So quickly they can introduce themselves.
All protocols observed. I'm Daniel Chemno, Chairman, New KPCU, Tupande Kahawa. And I'm very happy that my friend Kim Ngetich is a new convert in that gospel. And I will guide him where to plant. There is enough dollars for us. Free, duty-free market to EU, to US, to China. You can be poor by choice. Pole.
Thank you. Our chief guest and all leaders. My name is Mark Cheserkon. I'm the chairman Kerio Valley Development Authority. It is us that we run the government integrated projects in the Kerio Valley region, in Turkana, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, and Samburu. Thank you.
Chief guest, my name is Dr. Joseph Choge. I'm the chairman of the Clinical Officers Council. And incidentally, Julius was my classmate. And I'm really grateful. So we support your work, Chief guest. I lead a team of clinical officers numbering 30,000. And they are doing good work as far as I'm concerned as a chair. Thank you.
So these are the products of His Excellency the President in conjunction with the Chief of Staff. Tuwapigie makofi. So that we save time, the directors of the various parastatals, please stand up. Directors present. Yes, you can wave to the crowd. These are our directors in our various parastatals. Do we have vice chancellors? Do we have vice chancellors present? Council members of our various universities? Do we have? Okay, we don't have CEOs and managing directors of our various government institutions. Your Excellency, you are Chief of Staff. We have a number of them, a very big team from our various parastatals. Do we have, thank you very much, do we have commissioners of the independent bodies? Okay, PAs and advisors of the central government, please, let's have standing. Thank you very much. Now we have members from the judiciary. Let's start with the judges of the High Court. The Chief of Staff, this is a very dynamic group. As you can see, we also have members of the judiciary led by Justice Chemitei. We have Justice Tuyot, Justice Kimaru, who are not present here today, and Justice Katwa Kigen, and among many others. Thank you. Magistrates? Magistrates. Yes, we have 3 magistrates. We have so many of them across the country, but today we have 3 of them representing us. I think I will leave the political class for me to invite okay, because we have very few CEOs, so that you know, you can place their faces to the various institutions. So quickly, CEOs, managing directors. So this is the team that is actually the executive government. Chief of staff with many questions. We have these people representing the executive government. So you have issues in their various departments. I want you to know them so that you are able to get in touch with them. So I'll give them so that they can introduce themselves. I can start.
I'm Sami Jepsiror, the Managing Director, Kenya Seed Company. Mimi ndio ule mtu wa mahindi ambao mnaongea juu yake. Na hiyo mahindi tutaongelesha tuone vile tutaunda. Kimije ya chuke ngalolji seke ya kinye valli go sirku ya nguno. Ne bae o jengi ore ta gais ne ke kora tonyo bi mito ki ubandia. Aga nango miet amu kimye de jengi bi. Asante sana. Thank you.
Head of Public Service, the governor, all leaders present. Kiurana Jude Chesire, and I'm the CEO Kenya Sugar Board. Julius talked about privatizing companies, government getting out of that business, and one of the successes of this country, of this government, is we were able to lease out all the factories, and now they are doing well. And also our
and all the other leaders. My name is Helen Chepkwony. I'm the CEO of Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. We protect your deposits so that you are, as you invest, as you do that money is safe, and in the likely event that a bank is to fail, that KDIC is there to pay you back your deposits. Thank you.
The CEO of Asla Fund. I manage the largest fund in this country with 27 million Kenyans. As at yesterday, they have taken 89.9 billion shillings. So hata saa hii pesa yangu iko hapa mheshimiwa. Mjipange kunilipa.
CEO, maybe you can confirm if they are paying to the chief of staff. Are they paying?
Yes, I would say some are paying. If I compare with the bank, I'm at 15%. KCB is at 15.8%. Not default. Not default. Those who are, okay? Revolving fund. So it's not a bank like non-performing loan. No, it's a revolving fund. When you feel like paying, pay before I come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Head of Public Service, and all the protocols observed. Kipkuri Chepkwony is my name. Ensuring that every level of government, the national government and the county governments, perform their assigned functions and ensuring that devolution works. Thank you.
After you've eaten well the maize that we grow in this region, I want to thank everybody who contributed the visit of the Wareng Powerhouse to see our children this afternoon. They brought in a lot of goodies as part of the celebration of the 8th anniversary, and the children were extremely happy to receive goodies that this team brought. We brought some joy to the children who are in hospital. Some of them have stayed with us for 5 years, some 10 years. And we even have schools for these children within the vicinity where the team visited. Truly appreciated everybody for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Head of Public Service and all protocols observed. Good evening.
My name is Stephen Busiene. I'm the CEO of a Geothermal Development Company Limited, better known as GDC. What we often don't know is that out of the 2,000 megawatts in this country that we have, half of that comes from geothermal. And 400 megawatts of that is powered by steam from GDC. So as our keynote speaker said, we have a journey towards 10,000 megawatts. This country has a potential for 10,000 megawatts of geothermal. We have only exploited about 1,000. So at GDC, our role is to make sure that we push this country towards that 10,000 megawatts. And we promise you that we will do that job properly. Kongwe.
Head of Public Service, all protocols of SAB. Good evening. When you come home to the city of champions, we quench your thirst. And we make sure that we give you clean water and take away the dirt from the clean water. My name is Lawrence Tanui, MD Eldawas.
Thank you very much. I think one of the things that these CEOs did not tell us is that hawa ndio wanasimamia mambo ya tender. So if you want tenders, these are the people to deal with, but you must go to something called EGP. So mambo ya shortcut ilifanya nini? Iliisha. So lazima uregister kwa EGP. Kama wewe uko kwa EGP, usikuja kulalamika na kusema ati alia bijo jonge kwa map ko lion. Map ko tareti bi. Lazima kesup sheria. Mauna atake? Ana lion. Mauna atake? So ameje kityo kegilge kunoto. So ameje ochomwo en kasari agur PS nyoko.
Our chief guest, head of public service, Mr. Felix Kosgei, our governor, our senator, Senator Mandago, our keynote speaker, all protocols observed, my colleague PSS, CEOs, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Bwana asifiwe. God is good all the time. Okay, my name is Ambassador Julius Bitok, PS State Department for Tourism. And I've been given a very simple task to introduce my colleagues, being a host PS. And maybe before I introduce my colleagues very fast, allow me to say two things. One, congratulations, Wareng Power House. This is indeed one of the most consequential forums of the top level in this county and in this region. Congratulations. Bringing these people together is not easy, but I think you have done it so well. I was with you last year. This year again I have come. I want to say, committee members, the ideas behind this are phenomenal. Number two, looking at the people seated in this room, and I was reflecting when Dr. Kimngetich, who happened to have been my lecturer, was speaking. When you read the book by the Sheikh of Dubai, the Sheikh of Dubai came up with a concept called 3 T's to transform Dubai. Dubai was nowhere in the 70s and 60s, but from scratch, they were able to build $1 trillion economy. Why? Because of 3 T's. T number 1 is tourism. Tourism is number 1. T number 2, transport. Transport. T number 3, trade. Creating what we call special economic zones and so on. Those 3 T's are what has made Dubai great. And we are better off as Wasingishu, as Kalenjin nation, than Dubai. Many times better. There's just one missing link that I think a keynote speaker mentioned. But it's not for me to put the link today, but let's think, what is that missing link that is not able to make us shift to the next level? But I want to say, having been given by His Excellency the President
an opportunity to manage tourism, we have a great opportunity in tourism. We can actually make billions of shillings in tourism. I'm ready to engage so that we can make tourism the key agenda in this county, in this region, and then we can be able to make ourselves better off and better off as a people. One of the is technology, and I think Mngeti said, if we put those 3 T's plus technology to make it 4, I think we can be able to transform this county, this city, and this nation. Allow me now to invite my colleagues. Dr. Let me start with the fattest, and then Dr. Chris will be the last one. Let me start with PS colleague, PS Dr. Oluga, PS for Medical Services. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. This great friend of ours, and is also a stakeholder in this city. Niseme. Asante sana. Karibu sana Daktari Oluga.
Asante sana, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Excellency Governor, Senators, Members of Parliament, my colleague PSS, and Okurugenzi wote. Good evening. I studied here. I think that's what you wanted to say. I wanted to say something. You wanted to say something else. So I studied here and I got a degree, and then I was left with another degree. Correct. That was. So yes, I am a stakeholder here, and I'm always very pleased to be here. And today I'm here because the work that the Chief of Staff was doing today of planting trees, and Dr. Chris Kipto at Kaptagat was scoring on my performance. The Chief of Staff working for the Excellency the President assigned the Kaptagat Forest to State Department Medical Services. And so today when I see them planting trees, I am very keen, and I'm going to see so that I can update my record on what I have done and bring back that report to you, sir, so that you can score me. But thank you so much. We are also here to look at the issues around medical. We've been around. I think Dr. Rwasa already made some presentation which he mentioned the transformation, the work that we are doing together with the county government in Ziwa. There is the transformation of the referral hospital. It's going to be the largest hospital in Africa once we complete the 4,000 bed. Right now we are doing the first phase, which is 2,000 bed, and I think you can go there and see for yourself the pace of the work and the transformation that's taking place. We have also been directed to upgrade because of the maternity issues and the crowding at Huruma. I think Harwasa should have already mentioned that. And quite a number of transformations and continuity of services in the what I would call the old MTRH. Dr. Kiru has mentioned that. Plus, the keynote speaker has mentioned a lot of things about the future. Now, that future also means that you should be, and you must not just be alive, you must be healthy before you are productive. Now, for you to be alive and healthy means you must de-risk your future does not exist. So for those very many reasons, we are also keen to ensure that every single citizen is protected from financial ruin when seek president. There are 5 pillars, but one of them is that we protect the economy. How do you protect the economy? You protect the economy just by paying for healthcare. So you must have a basket of domestic resources. That basket pays for all the citizens, irrespective of whether they are aware and educated and participating in the economy or whether they are indigent. That means they are poor. And so that is the story of authority. The economic transformation of the country starts by protecting the hardware, that the guy who goes out to sell every day cement does not get bankrupt because he has to pay 200,000 and his stock is only 100,000. I think I'll leave it there for those very many remarks. Thank you so much. From where I come from, we are fully in the government to ensure that we implement the agenda of His Excellency the President. Today I was with Dr. Buro Odinga. I told him I was coming to see you and he passes his greetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Oluga, for the good work you are doing. In this county, we are really waiting for the new hospital. Thank you very much. The reason why I'm giving him more time is because this is the man of the pen. Akiandika sahi tenda, wewe uko ndani. So mnataka tenda, this is the man to watch. Allow me, Head of Public Service and Chief Guest, to call Engineer Joel Armunyang. Makofi as he comes in. PS, State Department for Public Works from West Pokot County. Karibu PS.
The Chief Guest, Head of Public Service, the Governor, Senator, and all the members, my colleagues and all the members of Wareng Powerhouse. Good evening. First, I am Arumonyang Joel, the PS State Department for Public Works. That is the department which guarantees your safety. Ensure you are in a safe building, and even as we diversify, economic diversification, it means we will have more resources coming. We want to encourage you to invest in the building sector. The number 8 we have been told is renewal, and this is a new city. This new city requires a lot of structures, a lot of planning, a lot of work. I call upon the governor and the entire powerhouse to think beyond the next 50 years. The structures that we'll put here, the planning, the approvals should be in tandem, should be world class. We don't build now pecan to pecan. We must follow the new building code 2024. Are you ready to do it? Wareng Powerhouse is still informal, I am told. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. Makofi kwa Joel Arumunyang, PS Public Works. Before my colleague, my senior colleague here comes, I want to recognize Oliver Kipchumba, who is the State House Legal Secretary. I don't know whether you want to wave or you want to come and say jambo. Just have a minute. Just have a minute. Head of Public Service is already giving me a signal. Jambo.
Jambo. Is that enough? No. God is good and all the time. You know, when you speak before your boss, you don't know how. Neza ongea ukule barua. But hope sasa tuko nyumbani, punguza barua kidogo. I think and our keynote speaker, you have given us enough to push us. But I will just say one thing, that there are two things that we need. We've been told, and as we talk about the renewal, number one is the issue of transitions. We started as a socio-political group. We need to go to become a socio-economic group. And we need to reflect further. Every morning, there is a product we must touch, a tissue paper. We need, by the time we go to Wareng at 10, we have even a tissue paper in the supermarket, Wareng tissue paper. Sindio, it is basic. And the machine of making a tissue paper is not 10 million, it's 3 million in a Chinese place you get. So that we are practical and we make movement easy. And the last thing I'll talk about is the issue of leveraging partnerships. If you see the government of the day, we are moving to open up the issue of fiscal space by investing in creative ways of creating capital. The same should apply here. Our question as Wareng Powerhouse is one. As we roll out National Infrastructure Fund, which bankable project can we attract in the North Rift? that can bring that money here. Safaricom was sold, and that money has been put as seed capital in the National Infrastructure Fund. The question we need to ask ourselves, how much of that money will we attract here? Does it mean we don't have bankable projects? That is a question for us tonight. Kipchumba Karori, thank you and wish you well. I hope 8 does not become our greatest, or 8 does not mark our Peter's principal point. 8 should be our point of inflection and going up and taking off. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Makofi Kwakarori. Now, last but not least is our senior colleague who has a very important event tomorrow, Kaptagat Integrated. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Chris Kiptor to be able to talk to us. Karibu, PS.
Thank you, PS. I need to correct you that you are not the only host PS. I'm also a host PS.
All right.
Head of Public Service.
All these people are from here. All these are hosted.
And all the leadership that is here and all the members of Wareng Powerhouse. I'm Jambo. This is my 8th function today. And I think it's the same for head of public service. The only difference between him and me is that he's not in uniform like I am. He got a chance to run away. When I arrived we were together at Kimore. He had the chance to come, but you know I can't run away from the people at home, so I had to stay. And that's why I am here late. We started early in the morning. 7 a.m. we were in Chebior to plant trees. Then we had been instructed by His Excellency that all of us must participate in Nyota event. So we were all in Nyota event. Then after that, I went with hopes to Kerio Valley, a place called Changachparak. We came to Mokwa. Then we went to a place called Cheminya. We went to Kapkoi for some of you, for something called Cow Hotel that is coming up. We finished at Kimore. And tomorrow, we're marking 10 years of Kaptagat Integrated Conservation Program. There is a relationship between Wareng and KICP. Because I remember last year, on Friday like now, you had a function like this, and I came here. It's because we have made it that every second Saturday of July, that's when we celebrate Kaptagat Integrated Edition. And we follow the previous day with most of the tree planting because tomorrow is tend to be very busy. And then a week earlier we have a cycling event. So you're all welcome tomorrow at a place called Kaptargo. I don't want to spend a lot of time. I just think this topic is very important. And to speak to the issue of Kenya, that resilience is what defines our economy. Our economy is diversified, and therefore, every time we have a shock, we come out of that because we have resilience. There's no one sector that is dominant. And I think this is only applicable to the national economy. But when it comes to the local economy, I think what the speaker now, the keynote speaker spoke about is very important. So before I come to that, I just want to say, as I have indicated earlier, His Excellency the President took office at a time when there was tight fiscal space. And we had a lot of external challenges, manifested in high inflation because we had high commodity prices because of this Russia-Ukraine war and lacked the effects of COVID-19. And we had been declared a country of a high debt of risk default, high risk of debt default. So we were starting at a time when you have very little time. The many loans which are maturing, and the needs for funding government were too many. But I want to say that under his leadership, with the support of Head of Public Service and all of us, PSS and ministers, we were able to stabilize the economy. As I indicated earlier, we managed to bring down inflation to a level as low as 2.7%. And it went to stabilize at 4.4 before we were hit by this other war in Iran. But I want to also say that since the US agreed on a ceasefire with Iran, we have seen inflation come down. It was 6.4 the last time I saw. And if stability comes, I can assure you in the next 5 months or so, we will come down to a lower level that we want. Number two is that we have stabilized the shilling despite the shock from the Russia-Ukraine, from the shock from the Middle East. Our shilling is still stable, and it's because we have built reserves. When we took over, the president took over, our reserves were 2.5, below 3 months of import cover. Today, our reserves are nearly $16 billion bilateral, and I can tell you, I think now we have the fiscal space. But you saw in our budget that the Parliament passed, we had a 4.8 trillion budget. If we break down that budget, paying interest and also paying pension. So from 4.8, you have 1.5, that means 3.3 is what remains. You take away counties, the balance is around 2. A lot of time just to say, because of that tight fiscal space, we have now gone to things like PPPs and also national infrastructure and sovereign fund. And I think the rest, maybe Hobbs can speak to it. Let me just finish by saying that in terms of what Julia said, I want to add to a few things that you said. On sports, I would like us and you yourself, we can work together on that. For Nandi, it's for Trans Nzoia, it's for Elgeyo Marakwet and others. So in Kerio Valley, we have elephants roaming around. That's the famous Kapnorok. And it will be a tourist destination. And I think there are many things that can happen also along the valley. Number two, our athletes. We have the highest concentration of athletes, and we have put up, whether in Eldoret or any of the county, so that it's also part of marketing. You come, you want to go to where you can look at the history. I think let me stop there and to say that the rest is we need to diversify as agreed to coffee and the rest. I think for you, those of you who follow the Kaptagat program, that's very primitive and old-fashioned. We need to have LPG or combine even biogas and even electricity. Why not? When the people have money, they can pay for electricity and therefore cook using electricity. And finally, everybody needs to have some money. So our livestock need to be improved by way of genetics and also in nutrition. And of course, let me end there because I will be speaking more than I need to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. PS, those are very, very good ideas. Indeed, we are doing something about sports tourism. I want us to bring an event of platinum level, one of the marathons, London, Berlin, and so on, to Kenya, while PS tourism. We are working on that already with KTB. Allow me, Head of Public Service, now to invite to run the political leaders program, Senator Jackson Mandago. Let's put our hands together to welcome. And as you come, Mandago, I want to remind Chris that thank you for reminding me that you also come from this county. You know what? We are very proud of you being from this county. All the governors from this region come from this city. All the members of parliament come from this city. All the PSS come from this city. All the top guys here come from this city. Thank you very much for honoring Eldoret. Karibu sana, Senator Mandago.
PS wa Porini.
Simba Porini.
Simba Porini. Our head of public service and our chief guest, Honorable Felix Kosgei, our keynote speaker, Dr. Kimngetich, our governor, Jonathan B., all our PSS, ladies and gentlemen, Wareng Powerhouse, Amjambo. We shall be very brief. You know, the message we've got from our keynote speaker and what the preacher of today gave us is what we should have gone home with, so that if we have to dream, then we dream of how to diversify. I would not want anybody to go with any other message other than what
is meant to transform this region and ourselves, starting from ourselves, from our own families. I have my colleagues here in leadership. We just want to do, just for us to stand here and say our names. I think we have had a chance to speak in so many forums. We would want to go today with what our keynote speaker and what the head of public service will be speaking to us. I want to ask, I don't know whether we have members of county assembly who are here. The speaker, please come. The honorable member for Kisses, please come. I saw the member for Soy. Any other member is present here? Please, we have no speech today. We only listen. If there is a legislative gap, then we can go and deal with it in the House.
Thank you. Our chief guest, governor, and all invited guests. Good evening. What is good? All the time. My name is Philip Muigei, Speaker, County Assembly of Asigishu, and a proud member of Wareng House. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a good student.
So you're already putting me into attack now for me to be the best student. In absentia, the head of public service and Mama is here, Mrs. Felix, our governor, the keynote speaker, let me say, and all protocols observed. Good evening. I am CPA Julius Ruto, Member of Parliament, Keses constituency. Keses is just across the river on the other side. On behalf of my colleagues, the area Member of Parliament, Jeb Konga, David Kiblagat Membisoy, who was here earlier, and the other members of Parliament whom I was able to reach while you were coming, allow me to pass their message of support and joy as we celebrate the 8th edition of Wareng Powerhouse. Indeed, Senator, you can confirm we've come a distance. And as someone has said, I just want to end by one word. We already have a message of hope and transformation. How we are going to see this, and in next coming event, we might need to have time to look at the results of this after the 8th year. And the results that we are looking for is how we are going to divine our political question going forward, because we want to know and divine our structure of governance and how we are going to govern our county and our affairs so that we move forward. Because losing on political question, all this will be theory. We must match the economical question and the political question. Thank you so much. Asanteni, and may you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much, the honorable member for Keses. Let me say, Wareng House, congratulations. But I must also say you owe it to me. Because Wareng House started as a political forum. And that time, the person in question was the governor of Asigishu then. But I want to say, you've grown from being a socio-political forum to a very, very serious forum where great ideas are discussed and we are seeing innovations coming out of those discussions. Let me say congratulations and say you have our support. And we now want to work closely on the things that have been discussed in this forum to actualize. I want to make commitment myself that I will work with Dr. Kimngetich on the issue of trading in shares. And I'll be working with the circle I belong, the Mwalimu National Circle. I will be inviting Daktari for our education day so that we members of Mwalimu National Circle can be taught how to trade. And you all in this house agree that teachers are very good savers. We now want to move from saving to investing. And I think with the support of Dr. Kipngetich here, we should be able to make that progress. Finally, let me also say that I've heard what Dr. Kipngetich has said. I'm happy that this forum brings so many professionals into the house. Let me say you cannot divorce the actions of the professionals. I've heard people a couple of times say, you know, sisi hatuko kwa siasa, we are professionals. Let me caution you. It is the politics that determines how these ideas are going to be run. If we didn't have President William Ruto today as the president, probably Kenya would have been a failed nation. That is why we have a president who is innovative, who thinks beyond the traditional capital raising measures. And I like what Kipng'etich is saying. The president is changing this nation too fast that we might not catch up with the speed if we are not keen on the details. With the privatization that is happening in a number of government organizations, the question will be, of all those privatizers being privatized, how many of those are we going to own as a people from this region? And we want to actualize that, and we want to work with you, Daktari, and all the people who are here to make sure we are able to achieve. With those remarks, allow me to invite our Governor, Honorable Jonathan B., to make his remarks, and then in turn invite for us our chief guest.
That's not enough for our governor, please, our senator. For the first time today, hopes we are very disciplined. Last year it was fireworks, but today the Holy Spirit seems to be moving around here. Allow me to appreciate the presence of hopes in our midst, together with our senator, our keynote speaker, the political class, the professionals, and the friends and family members of Wareng Power House. Good evening. Chamge. Because of the discipline that is here, I'm not going to read any speech. I will just be a good boy as usual, and then we end up well, so that we'll give time to our chief guest to say something. Within our midst is the chairman of this Eldoret club. He has a name by Agarwal. It is good to know him. Is he around? He has just come. People see you. You are our home here now. It is good to have people, colored people in our midst, because it adds value. Thank you very much. This is Agarwal. You want to say something or just wave?
I can wave.
Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Yes, I can say a few. The chief guest, keynote speaker, as the governor has recognized me as a chairman of this club, I'm happy. Thank you so much. Welcome, governor, our governor and our senator from this region. We've shared some wonderful ideas here, and as a chairman of this club, on behalf of my managing committee, I welcome you all to this exciting Wareng Powerhouse. I'm told it's the 8th edition. It's fantastic that you chose Eldoret Club to come and chose Eldoret Club to have the event here, and we're happy to host you. As you can see, we're proud of our new facility. The whole facility is upgraded, and after the fire that we had about 4 years ago, we've rebuilt this facility and we're able to host you now. So we are thankful that you're here, and we welcome you again. Most of you who probably are not members of this club, we have a membership desk out here. They'll tell you more about how you can join, should you wish to join, and you're welcome. We welcome you to come and join us. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the evening, and good evening to you all once again. And I've been told I have to hand it back to the governor. I will.
You're behaving like a politician, but you have tried. Thank you very much. Again, let me introduce a team from the county government, just to stand. Anybody who works with county government, or was in Gishu, or Nandi, or Elgeyo Marakwet, we are a family. So we have our directors. Directors, you put up your hands. Very good, quite a number. We have our CEOs, and the CEO around. Then we have the CECs. Very good, thank you very much, and others. Again, today I'm so happy that there's someone that was preached here. I happen to have formed the sermon for the first time because of resilience. that you all know my story. You know, I kept on attempting to become an MP quite a number of times until I was becoming a disgrace in the village. And again, in my area, I have a bishop who is a friend of that we used to pray for. I'm a friend to many preachers and bishops, but this bishop used to pray for me when I was seeking for MP position. Gubernatorial, he told me, look here, I can't make that prayer because I made the other one, you failed. The other one, you failed. This one, I will because so he actually didn't pray for me, he refused to pray for me. So, and then I tried my best here and there, and God opened the door. Now I'm happy that the preacher of the day is talking about Kotimoja and resilience. It happens. It is good to never give up, never say die, never let go. And I'm very sure going forward, God has a purpose for all of us here. Today, we are not talking about politics, and I'm happy today we have behaved well. Can you clap to the political class? This is interesting. You know, sometimes Senator has known that I speak last, so he speaks good things so that I don't ask anything or reply anything. So I have nothing to react on. I have only one thing to say: let us live like the Bible says, how good it is and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. This is how we are supposed to be. And thank you very much. I've always admired the day that you will visit us in Uasin Gishu, but you have come at the right time. There's the right people, the right audience for the capacity of your person who can talk to these people and give a direction. Again, I want to say, as we move forward, our county secretary as a panelist actually shared a lot about the county and the projects you are having. For the first time, Chemno, you have a very serious evangelist in me about diversification, and particularly coffee. And I'm so serious that I went to the home of coffee, Kwakena Kahawa, Brazil. And I saw that one and I said, we have to find some language or we need the Holy Spirit to visit us so that we can explain to the people in the easiest, the simplest form possible for them to grow coffee in our land. We have the land, we have the good climate, and for the first time, maize, this time, is not behaving well. Not on anybody's man's making, but I think there's a message being communicated that you go away from this maize. And I know, Chef Siror, we are not talking about you, we are talking about maize. And maize seems to have called out for a meeting and say to Hame, kimeumana, watu wameenda kwa diversification. So I want to say, what Senator started when he was governor about diversification, I picked from there and I said we will move on. Right now we are doing a coffee milling plant, Kule Tarbo. And very soon, these farmers are going to harvest their coffee. Last year, Chemno, you will agree with me, nilipanda ile nye unaona hiyo. Sasa imeiva, I don't know what to do with these things. So nimechuna, sasa iko gunia 4 yenye imekaushwa. So you inaenda mpaka wapi? By the time ukifika huko ile ingine inaiva tena. These things are very interesting thing. So yesterday I called some experts. I told them, when do we really harvest and when do we stop harvesting these things? Sema, no. As long as inaiva, kaa tu kwa shamba namna hiyo. It's a very good thing, by the way. This time sikupanda mahindi, so nikisikia mnakuwa na shangaa, mimi sijui kitu niliwacha, nikasema wacha niende kwa hii na nifuate nyayo ya Dr. Kimwetich. Lakini wewe unamchokoza sana. Unajua watu wajafanya vile unafanya na unatuambia, unatuumiza tukienda nyumbani. Kusema mimi hiyo mkutano ya Kimwetich mimi sitaenda tena, because you will always find yourself in a very awkward situation, because unashinda, I have time, I am alive, I have resources, why am I not doing what he's saying? So I think what will happen for us to make it happen, just come one of these fine days, I assemble my technical team and partners and friends, and we actualize what you're talking about. Tusikue watu tuya kuongea. Our county aggregation industrial park is now at 90%, Kule Moiben, and then for the first time, Kimwetich, we are doing agro-processing for potatoes, Ainapkoi. We have finished the cooling plant and we have put the machines. We just want to put the 3-phase electricity alafu ianze kufanya kazi. So kule Wakenya watatengeneza chips na crisps na zile zingine, and it's going to happen in our time. And I think that is the way to go. We want to add value to everything that we get from our farms. So I want to say, because of time, we will allow our hopes, our friend, to have time kidogo, but we thank the powerhouse organizers. Our Mukulima, we call him Mukulima, that fellow. It is time we give him something. Sindio? Kama mkichelewa mimi naweza patia yeye, lakini hapa ndani nimefanya bidii kabisa. Karibu kila mtu mwenye ako kwa county government, the latest entrants are members of Wareng Powerhouse. Na leo we were swearing in the Public Service Board. If those members are here, I told them to visit us today, to join us. Okay, I can see Dan only, and I can see, these are new faces. You look better wherever you are. Or Dr. Emily, and then Dr. Angeline Oyomo. Huyo alikuja because of broad-based. Nasikia Wajaluo walimba leo Langas, wakashukuru Mungu. So we want to work with them very well. Every other time I'm going to form government ile ya 2-term, kwa sababu mimi naingia hiyo, nitaangalia sana watu kutoka Wareng Powerhouse, because these are really people from home. We have members from Nandi County, from Elgeyo Marakwet and here. Tutengeneze watu wetu, tuunde serikali yetu ya kwenda mbele. Tunamwambia Professor Bitok, congratulations, we moved to another docket. Ya borini, sio mbaya sana. I always pray for you that when wild beasts are migrating, musiende nao mpaka Serengeti. By the time unarudi, tutakuwa tumepiga kura. Otherwise, we wish you well. Thank you very much. Allow me that we all be upstanding, all of us upstanding. Alafu tukaribishe our brother head of public service Felix Kongei. Karibu sana.
Tuimbe sote, tupige makofi wote, wote tuimbe kwa pamoja, twende. Wapi sauti, twende. Wapi vigelegele kidogo, vigelegele kidogo kutoka kwa kina mama jamani. Twende.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, DJ, don't tempt us to be filled with the Holy Spirit now. Sorry, I'm bringing greetings from my colleague governors. Governor Wesley, I was with him some few minutes ago. Governor Sang of Nandi, Governor Mutai of Kericho, Governor Kachapin of West Pokot. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the Governor of Uasin Gishu, Bwana Koti Moja, the keynote speaker, Daktari Kimgetich, members of parliament led by the Senator of Uasin Gishu, can see the MP, okay, says there was a member of National Assembly from Soy, PSS present, the panelist of the night, Mrs. Margaret Koskei, Justice Kendago, and all the panelists, the leadership of Wareng Powerhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Sorry I had slept because the day has been very long, and I tried persuading the team here to allow me to give my talk at around 8 o'clock so that I can go and rest, but they insisted that I have to be the last speaker. So the risk that you took is that I may not give to the level that perhaps you may need because of time. But I'll try to take the shortest time, very shortest time. So my shortest time will be 2.5 hours. So be ready to listen, relax. If you feel sleep creeping in, stand and stretch, because you are the ones who told me to speak last at 10 o'clock. But now it is some 10 minutes to 11, I think. Now, you know, of late, I've been a victim of court cases. Since I entered into that office, I think I've had, Kipchumba knows, I think 17 cases, or 16, or 18. But majority of them are normal work-related. But of late, I think I have 3. Since last year, I've had about 3 that are personal. One tells me, as head of public service, you don't have to talk Kalenjin. So I must stop speaking Kalenjin. Another one says that I should not attend large or address large crowds. And therefore, I'm always very careful nowadays of what I say in meetings, because you never know. Perhaps there are people here recording, and then tomorrow I have another injunction. So I need to have evidence, and I want to recruit Wareng Powerhouse so that in the event that I'm called, I'll call them to be my witnesses. So what do? I have to read a written speech so that I can hand over to them, so that should there be any issue, they can bring and say, this is what he said, it is not what you said. So I'm going only to take the shortest time, as I said, but ladies and gentlemen, permit me to begin with words spoken by the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama, which, in my view, capture the significance of today's gathering better than any introduction I could offer. And he said, I quote, "When people set aside their differences to work in common effort toward a common goal, when they struggle together, sacrifice together, and learn from one another, then all things are possible." I think Wareng Powerhouse is a good example that you've done all that, and I can assure you all things are possible. Those words are a vivid reminder of how communities build. They remind us that the institutions that endure, the societies that prosper, and the nations that leave a lasting mark on history all have one thing in common. They are built by ordinary people who decide that there is something greater than themselves worth building together. Allow me to illustrate that with a story. In 1984, there was a small building society in Muranga, I think the keynote speaker alluded to, known as Equity Building Society. It served only a few hundred members, most of them ordinary rural folk. Its resources were modest. Its future was uncertain. Few people imagined that it would one day become a bank in Kenya, let alone be one of Africa's most successful financial institutions. What distinguished it was not the amount of capital it possessed. It was the conviction that ordinary people, when trusted and given the opportunity, could accomplish extraordinary things. It invested in people and accumulated wealth. It built confidence before it built capital. The institution that began as a small building society has since grown into a leading African financial group, serving millions of customers in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, South Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, alongside commercial representative office in Ethiopia. That transformation did not happen overnight, nor was it the work of one exceptional individual. It was the product of the thousands of people who believed in a common purpose and remained committed to it over many years. I often reflect on that story because it reminds us of an important truth. Institutions are rarely defined by where they begin. They are defined by what their members choose to build together over time. That, I believe, is the story of Wareng Powerhouse. 8 years ago, this was little more than a conversation among people who shared a common identity and a desire to see more accountability within all the tiers of government. There was no certainty about what the group would become. There was simply a belief that by bringing people together, something worthwhile might emerge. Today, or this evening, that modest beginning has grown into one of the North Rift's most respected networks of professionals, entrepreneurs, public servants, and community leaders. It has become a forum where ideas are exchanged robustly like crossfire used to be. Opportunities are created and exchanged, lives are touched, and communities are strengthened. That achievement deserves high recognition and commendation. To the founders who first imagined this platform, and to every member who has sustained it over the past 8 years, I offer my warmest congratulations. Pongezi sana. But anniversaries are more than about celebrating the past. They invite us to pause, to take stock, and more importantly, to look ahead. Every institution reaches a point where it must decide whether it will simply continue doing what it has always done or whether it will embrace a larger purpose. That is the question before Wareng Powerhouse today. Not whether it has succeeded, because it clearly has. The most important question tonight is what it now chooses to become. The opportunity lies in answering this question. When people gather to celebrate your 20th anniversary, what will they say? When your 50th anniversary is marked, what legacy will those who come after you inherit? And when your centenary is celebrated by people none of us will ever meet, what story will they tell about this generation? Will they remember Wareng Powerhouse simply as a successful social network and movement? Or will they remember it as the generation that transformed fellowship into a towering institution with shared purpose and lasting prosperity? Those are not questions for another generation. They are questions for our generation, because every generation inherits a responsibility that history entrusts to no other. Our forefathers confronted the great question of their time. They fought for freedom and secured our nation's political independence. The generation that followed inherited a different responsibility. They laid the foundation of a young republic. They built schools, established public institutions, expanded infrastructure, and sought to give practical meaning to the promise of independence. Every generation, therefore, is presented with its own defining assignments. The question before us is, what will ours be remembered for? I believe our generation has been entrusted with a challenge no less significant than those that came before it. It is the challenge of securing Kenya's economic future. Economic transformation will not come from government alone. Governments create the policy environment, provide public goods, and invest in national infrastructure. But the enduring prosperity of any nation is ultimately built by its people, by citizens who organize themselves, mobilize resources, create enterprises, strengthen institutions, and expand opportunities for others. That is why I believe organizations such as Wareng Powerhouse have become so strategic. You have already demonstrated what committed citizens can achieve when they choose cooperation over competition and service over self-interest. Over the years, you have stood with families in moments of distress. You have contributed to the education of young people. You have mobilized support during medical emergencies. You have provided mentorship, professional guidance, and a platform through which ideas that matter to this region can be discussed openly and constructively. Those are achievements of which you should justifiably be proud. But I also believe they represent only but the beginning. The next chapter of your journey should not simply be about strengthening conversations. It should be about strengthening institutions. That, in my view, is the next calling before Wareng Powerhouse. Over the last 8 years, you have accumulated something of immense value. Even though it does not appear on a balance sheet, it is often more valuable than money itself. You have built relationships across professions, generations, and communities. You have created a real network of people who believe in one another. Economists may describe this as social capital. Communities simply call it trust. The challenge now is to transform that trust into institutions that create more opportunities. Imagine what becomes possible when the engineers in this room work alongside financiers or financial experts, lawyers, doctors, entrepreneurs, farmers, educators, and public servants, not merely to exchange ideas, but to build something together. More so when we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to steer the management of public affairs in this our homeland of Kenya. Imagine an investment company owned by members of these communities, our generation's flagship. Imagine scholarships program that identify gifted children from disadvantaged families and accompany them from primary school to university. None of these ambitions is beyond your reach. The greatest limitation any community faces is rarely a shortage of talent. It is the failure to organize that talent around a common purpose. History offers countless examples of declining empires. The communities that transformed themselves did not necessarily possess greater natural resources than others. They simply learned to trust one another, pool their resources, and build institutions that outlived individual ambitions. That is how nations rise. Wareng Powerhouse already possesses the most difficult ingredient to acquire the confidence of its members. The task now is to give that confidence institutional expression. And that, I believe, is the higher calling before you as we speak. And that is why I remain persuaded that the finest chapter in the history of Wareng Powerhouse has not yet been written. If I may, allow me to leave you with 4 reflections as you begin the next chapter of your journey. The first is this: guard your credibility. Every institution possesses an asset more valuable than its buildings, its investments, or even its membership. That is trust. Remain a forum that speaks with honesty, but always with respect. One that encourages accountability without descending into hostility. one that builds bridges where others build walls. Our country has enough voices that divide. It needs more institutions that unite. Secondly, invest deliberately in the next generation. No society becomes stronger by celebrating its accomplished men and women while neglecting those who will succeed them. Look around this room. The experience represented here has been accumulated over decades. It has been earned through success and failure, through sacrifice, perseverance, and hard work. No textbook can replace lived experience. Pass it on generously by opening doors for those coming behind you. Thirdly, build institutions. A strong institution continues transforming lives long after that leader is gone. That is why the world's most respected organizations have outlived generations of their founders. Finally, think beyond our lifetime. Every generation benefits from sacrifices made by people it never knew. The roads we traveled, the schools we attended, the institutions we inherited, and the freedoms we enjoy exist because someone before us chose to build for a future they would never live to see. There is a quiet nobility in that kind of service. Ladies and gentlemen, I can see you are sleeping, I don't know. And you stand up, everybody. And you stretch from behind. And say it is our fault. Let us continue. You sit down. I'm finishing, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years is a remarkable achievement. It is long enough to demonstrate commitment, long enough to establish credibility, long enough to learn respect. But in the life of an institution, 8 years is still only the beginning. The real question before Wareng Power House is not whether it has succeeded. It truly has. The real question, as I repeat, is whether it now has the courage to pursue an even greater purpose. My hope is that when people gather to celebrate our 50th anniversary, they will speak of enterprises that we established, scholarships that transformed lives, young leaders who were mentors, families whose livelihoods were improved, and institutions that become a source of pride for the entire North Rift. And when your centenary celebration is celebrated many decades from now, may those who gather then look back with gratitude and say they chose to build something that would outlive them. If that becomes your story, then the founders of Wareng Power House will have accomplished something far greater than they imagined when they first came together 8 years ago. They will have proved once again that history is not made by extraordinary people acting alone. It is made by ordinary people who choose to trust one another, work together, and build institutions that endure. So, gentlemen, that is my written speech. I want to add 3 things to what Dr. Julius Kimngetich said on diversification. And for those who were in that meeting of 2013 in Sirikwa Hotel, when I was the Minister for Agriculture, you know, I was summoned by the farmers here. So I was actually with Chris, by the way. That day, when we were busy, and I was telling you, there are people who are waiting for me. When we were in Sabor, when we went to the forest, we are going to walk away from this hotel. Mandago remembers. I was in Mandago, by the way, with another MP for Soy, another person, I don't remember the name, it's called Parchile. And these people were calling me when I was busy with Greece and telling me that, where was Iri? Uko na kiburi mingi. Tumekuambia tuko hapa na tunataka kukuona sahi. Or else we will do what? We will go away. Then I said, I told Chris as I doing the lunch. I wanted to skip lunch. Kasema haja tuende lunch. So I arrived here at 5. If Mandago remembers, I gave them 2 hours to talk. They abused me. I think Jeff Zero was there or something. They abused me. They told me names. They told me what. They told me a lot of things. But the keynote speaker here, when I stood, I told them, thank you very much. You've said what you've said, and you are right. Then I asked them, I have a question. They say, bring it on. So I asked them, so you say you've been having this problem for a very long time. Since when did the government has failed you? He said, since the 70s, 80s, wamesumbua sisi sana. So I said, okay, about 40 years, yes. So who is a fool here between you and government? The one that goes to the same problem every day, demonstrating, abusing people? Or is the government who will make a decision whether to buy maize or not? They say, there's one who said, Kairo, wale jo ngele jo chichi, wale mutu na Arabu. Wale mutu na Arabu to chichi. Then I asked them, question number 2. When you are quarreling me here, do you have a contract with government? Can you show me a copy of a contract? Where is the contract? Do you have a contract with government? So that you will say I have failed to honor my part. Do you have a contract? They started seeing each other. One activist here stood and said, sasa unacheza. Contract ya nini? So I told them, the only fools among the two of you, government and yourselves, are you people. Number 1, nobody invited you to grow your maize. Nobody even persuaded you. You don't have a contract. You are quarreling somebody that you don't have a contract. So, in fact, immediately when I landed in Nairobi the following day, I was summoned in State House. Some started sending messages to the President Uhuru. Saying we did not bring fertilizer in time, we have refused to buy maize, and we are even refusing the price. Then I asked the President, Your Excellency, do we really have a contract with these people? Then the Deputy President interjected and said, I think we have the right person now. You know, we are politicians, we cannot face these people. This constitution is very good because the ministers are not politicians. They can face these people and tell them the truth. Wewe endelea na kazi yako na usukuma wao kabisa paka endelea. It is exactly what he is saying. Because what is it that we are doing? We are imagining that we are bigger than everything else. We are blind. We are not seeing that those days when we were needed, nobody needs us. We have cheap maize in Tanzania. We have very cheap maize from Uganda. Why should I, myself, buy maize at 4,000 when I'm getting from Uganda at 2,200? Doesn't even make economic sense. So when I came back after 2 months, or 1 month, I think 2 months, still I was with Bandawa, where we went around with Mambo ya Maziwa, giving out coolers. I told some farmers, I think somewhere, I think Soy or Tarbo, I told them, you people, I'm warning you. If this is the attitude that you have, you people, you'll be poor in less than 20 years. Change. And since I'm coming from this region, I'm ready to help you. Let us diversify. I started singing Kofi. Jemno was the deputy governor. I've slept. I was saying Jemno, when I came here, you remember when I was talking... when I was talking about coffee, you remember when you were the deputy governor? Yes. You are my first convert. Yes. Now, I told them, coffee. I have checked Caldro, I've told me the altitude is okay, the soils are okay, let us go coffee. Coffee. So Jemno is the one who went around coffee, he was being chased around everywhere. But I told them long time ago, coffee, go to coffee. Zero ili big up kabisa juu, not big up college ile. Yani chelewan koko kuruyo koko chelewan koko ngetin kenyor kutongururi awa ko babi. Now, you know, farming is private. It is not public. So we tried. I brought HCDA here to map things. I told them, the way you are telling them, let us do horticulture. We have an airport here. Let us do this, do the other one. Nothing. Fast forward, I think after about 6 years, and the deputy president now was telling people here, grow avocado, avocado is good. Keep chicken and grow avocado. I came here, this club. Go to you, go to again. The club will be ngai nap koi magabai to rishegi avocado. Mongo no kwege. It was on social media, a clip. So I saw when I was coming. So when I arrived, this guy was getting out of the car. I told him, back off. He didn't go around, he bit. He didn't come, he turned. All you are bringing, for how long are you going to fool people here? For stupid political expediency. You listen to people, you hear what they want to hear, then you go singing. What am I saying? Let us wake up. Let us wake up and smell the coffee. You are getting what I mean? Let us wake up. God has given us everything. He gave us good land. He gave us very good climate. We are very solid, strong, resilient people. We are good people. We are not wakora. In fact, this community is a community that anybody in the world can do business with. Whether you are an Indian, you are a Chinese, you are a Muzungu, aina gani. Because in this community, yes is yes, no is no, tomorrow is tomorrow. But what is killing us? So, nyinyi musikio. So it is about all those textbook things. We need to crack the problem that is in the mind of a Kalenjin. This genetic wiring of, we were discussing the other day, Governor. So we were analyzing. But do you know what we found? We found that these people, they are scared of abundance. They celebrate scarcity. They celebrate what? That is why they are complaining from morning to evening. They look for scarcity. They don't see the bigger picture, and they don't, work for abundance, for comfort. They want to be having problems so that they will be talking. You are all over this town, Sindio. When you meet 10, 15 people talking, do they talk positive things? Do they say, iko kijana ya akili, and congratulations that family. Congratulations, because this family, they do things that majority of Kenyans have not done, and they don't go from office to office. They know what to be done, and they know, and they are focused, and they have invested. They talk about negative things around here. Head of public service. Useless talk here. They don't talk about this exchange rate. They don't talk about markets abroad. They don't talk about education success. They don't talk about all that. Ikan gorok si mo wis badai. Koja kidogo. Mingale iko maneno hapa. Iko maneno. Kile ni gasi. Koja omzi akiemerere. So how do you develop? How do you even we have top surgeons in this community. Kwa Otarwasa. Kumajege hen kabisa bika ki soman. Abagaya sequencing, genetic sequencing, sigene makosa. Ki girdi ni. Age rungut kwa line ta na ki ko kopiri rolda ke ko samedi. So what I'm trying to tell you, don't come here. Awolo professionals, it will end here. Because all of us, we know the problem. We know what we need to do. Why are we not doing it? Why? You know, you get to politicians. Avocado ini kuma magwai torshi bas kongu na golo kase onge kola avocado lakini onai kide nengo iti orobe chao chogio to la gogo nai o samu bai amu mo me torshi kutukio ago ka tosaru nende bi sidio. So 3 things. One, I think we need to shift from producers to value creators. Sindio? Because our region has long been defined by soil. You know, our economy is soil reliant. We need actually to say, okay, fine, we are people who are wired to be pastoralists, and perhaps because we have gotten to know all these things, even if it is about maize, if we say today, we need to continue with maize because the wizard that dropped here had very complicated witchcraft that can never be undone. So what are we going to do with this maize? Can we move away from being producers alone to what? Value creators. Can we reorganize cooperatives somehow and let this cooperative, get agro-processing plants happen, so that as you are selling a kilo at 20 shillings, the person who is processing will sell at 100 shillings. Yeah, about 100 or something. One kilo is how much? About 70. You get? So we must move beyond selling raw maize or milk. We need the local capacity to process and to package and to brand our products for international markets. Whether it is even if it is coffee, if it is avocado, then the money will remain here. Senior. And it is your job as professionals to break this and also to be good examples yourself. And that is why we are saying this Wareng Powerhouse should go beyond either Facebook or WhatsApp group. You need to demonstrate it there. You are 500, 600. Why don't you even start a cooperative and do something? Even to be, what do you call it? To be attest something. Why don't you do something to help our people? You know this region of ours, and you know the best IT fellows. And I'm trying to agree with the Kimgetich and that lady who was saying about AI, artificial intelligence. I was told the other day, I was in a seminar, that AI is neither intelligent or artificial. It is neither intelligent or, so don't get scared, you are still relevant. You see, this region of ours, especially around Eldred, it possesses untapped potential in logistics, digital services, and professional consultancy. Because we have the best. We have Dr. Kimgetich, who can say is lesser than others internationally. We need service industry to come here. We have best IT fellows in Kenya. They are from this region. The best IT people, the best hackers, even those who are in Israel, even those who are abusing us are Kalenjins. Yeah? Even the ones that are abusing me every day are Kalenjins. They are top. They hack. They do everything. They manipulate the system. We need to try to mainstream and bring them to be of value to this place. And that is your job. Because you are professionals, so that as the Wareng Powerhouse, your collective expertise should be our most valuable asset. You help us. That is one. Shifting from producers to what? to value creators. Number 2 is building global competitiveness. You know, we are saying you are resilient, you are what? You know, if you read, if you go deep into the definition of resilience, you know, resilience is always a defensive word. It's defensive, resilience. Oh, akili gay. So, wait, ako tumujo kapsa tomo ito yung mga hospitali. Ngwe, igere tanyo, keep kazi ni lakini. Is it true? So, wasungu wamesema, resilience is defensive, competitiveness is offensive. Tuachane na hii resilience, oh get kimbu joto kilio jini onge baguno ta, momeji. Hili kapko mene. Ngole bigo kwit. Because to compete on the global stage, we must embrace standards that good in coffee. In fact, coffee, Chile ke suwe kule kinya tukule ikalage kwa muna mboni ngoichuma ule kona mbake. But you see, we cannot just be just like that, and we want to remain producers. From producers to value creators, we need to look at quality. We need to look at quality. We need to look at competitiveness when it comes to our products. Whether Brazil produces how much, somebody in Latin will say, no, I want Kenyan product because of quality, us being competitive. And you know global markets do not always reward, they don't reward those things. They reward quality. Whether you do work the whole night, you work 1 week, you hire 100 people to keep and to look after 1 tree of coffee. Key. So let us focus on quality. Whatever we do. Even dairy. Sometimes I ask myself, what ko ha gi mji buji tu gai? Amu is agota na nya tu gai che. Goi tu gi chopo gi ne ovarte ta ka ya tani gi osagi ke kol ja ingole ni gi dion. Oh bole bolo nya gari to dion. The problem remains. So what stops us even by even changing tact, and even we keep even justice because it has high fat what? Fat content. Pesa masiwa ni kidogo ndio 15, 18 na iko na pesa shilingi 100, shilingi 90, 80 ukiuza. Na ikijili beteri kata. We'll die 35, 40, 25, 28. I will the two olu amugi le gole ni magdum doje ko. You don't count the cost, you don't count anything. Sidio? So quality is everything, and I want to encourage you that as we are moving, if we manage to change the minds of all of us to that phase, let us focus on quality, let us focus on competitiveness, let us not think that effort. Kimweti talked about technology. I agree with him. This region and Eldoret must become a hub for agri-tech. We shall reduce the cost of doing business and increase our speed to market. So let us also embrace technology. And why not Somebody is saying Silicon Savannah, why don't we do it? What is it that's stopping us? I see the membership goes beyond what's engaged, isn't it? So why don't we leverage? Why don't we need to align into a massive integrated market that is that is far more attractive to what, and yet we are not looking at the bigger picture. What do we do so that we to be the no thrift when I go. Lakini tukikawakawa sasa, Nandi is branding their own, Uasin Gishu their own, some corner, the other corner, the sub-location, nini, we shall miss the point of competing. Now, you know, we need also to have shared prosperity. The so-called no thrift social contract. We need to have shared prosperity. We need to create an inclusive engine where we intentionally pull in the youth, the small-scale farmer, and the micro-entrepreneur. So that we bring all these, that internally it looks like small-scale, it looks like individual, like outside there, it looks like it's large-scale. But because you have brought everybody, you are bringing the youth so that you can mentor them. You are bringing in the small scale farmer so that you can hedge him from costs, so that the costs can be shared. You bring in entrepreneurs to bring the knowledge and all that. Let us think about that. Let us not be people who want to do things traditionally again. That will not take us anywhere. More importantly now is institutionalization of accountability. As professionals here and leaders, we know it is us who are the architects of the systems that provide services. So as Powerhouse, you need to take the lead. You need to take the lead, hold people into account, and participate. There are people who want to be accountable, but they don't have instruments that guides them. They don't even know. They say, accountable ko gele yakwe. Gele maganam ke debuji, arang ko banam no beji, ngowa no poka unti. Boy bi nyene poka rori, go boy. So ko le joji je accountable, go boy ko am ne bongo. Are you getting what I mean? I like your justification of theft and failure to account. Hold everybody accountable. And it is us, especially you people who have decided, and I had said in my speech, you people, you are now having the strongest ingredient of prosperity. Because you have agreed, you have known each other, and you have created what I called trust. Accountability. So, before I finish this, I'm counting 2.5 hours. Onge mwanyu, mi jini mwagasa kale jini. Paluga, siwe unaelewa? Iko mtu aelewi kikale hapa. Onge nole shida nikitinye kuikole njino missing ku leadership problem. Our community ago milinga taugeran. Our community kongete Misri. Kongete nokwe. Pero anagigi otuoge kaina gani? Anagigi okiningo biuga kutoka. We are so individualistic. We are people who don't want to collaborate. That is why our cooperatives are collapsing, because we are not wired to share anything with anybody. Our cooperatives, for 3 years, 5 years ago, why is because it is us. It is between your tradition, a culture, the Bogology. Let me give you an example. Ako maji reflected ka. Gojoji kombos. Kelo gojoji jugo gojoji de bogo kwiting yo.
karibia kamera hii. Senator wetu ndiye Senator wetu Mandago ndio hiyo anapewa zawadi. Tumpigie makofi jamani. Asante sana. Next. Governor wetu. Governor, taomba PSS wetu tafadhali chongeni mbele. PSS Prison. Aha. Tupigie makofi, governor wetu amepewa zawadi. Asante. PS wetu Professor. Itamwomba Kipchumba Karori tafadhali. Mchumbe wetu, mchumbe wa KSS, karibu. CBA. PSS wetu, mchumbe wetu. Nakumbuka kwamba tunapopeana zawadi hapa kuna cake from Red Royal House of Cake. Wametundia keki hapa takriban kilo 60 iko hapa na mama keki yuko tayari. Red Royal tunashukuru kwa keki safi ambayo wameunda kwa ajili ya 8th anniversary ya Wareng Powerhouse. Thank you so much our PSS. Asanteni sana. Very good. Thank you. Speaker wetu wa County Assembly wa Singishu. Panelist wetu, panelist tafadhali jooni mbele. Our panelists kujeni mbele. Nikisema panelist wote wenye ambao walikuwa hapa. Nitaomba tafadhali tuketi. Naomba tafadhali tuketi. Panelist wetu njooni mbele. Nitaomba tuketi wananchi. Meja samge tubungu kabisa. Sukatestai sawadi panelist wetu. Naomba tutulie. Felix Kili. Lady Justice Kendagor. Wako wapi hao? Wengine wamekuja. Moderator wetu. Moderator. Timekeeper wetu. Moses Sirigoi. Mwimbaji wetu Moses Sirigoi. Mhubiri wetu wa siku ya leo, pastor wetu Pastor Cynthia Morogo. Aya, nitaomba tumalizie pale. Wamekuja moderators wote wamekuja. Pastor wetu, pastor, alafu tukate keki Naomba tutulie tukate keki. Migegi unaonea pointi 2. Kaibu nafasi kidogo pointi shaka yengegi. Our preacher amekuja. Ako. Mupatie nafasi preacher wetu aache mbele hapa pastor. Pastor kindly tunakungoja. Tuketi tafadhali. Tafadhali tuketi sasa tukate keki. Aya, Moses Sirigoi. You are here, thank you. Pastor wetu. Aya, kindly tupate nafasi kukata keki hapa. Ndio hiyo. Aya, niombe tafadhali tutulie kwa keki. Naomba kwa heshima wala ambao wako karibu na mgeni wetu wa heshima, tafadhali naomba tutulie. Ngasa mgetubungu. Ngasa mgetubungu tafadhali. Aya. Naomba tuketi tafadhali. kidogo tu. PSS wetu, our keynote speaker, kindly tuketi tafadhali kidogo, tukule keki kidogo tu. Yeah, kindly. Haya, haya tukate keki. Tutulie. Halo. Kwa VIP hapa tafadhali, naomba utulivu. Tunakata keki. Haya, naomba utulivu wa keki. Kuja hapa, kuja simama penye niko, ndio utaonekana. Hapa.
Yes, you are very brave. Our chief guest.
Sasa mgetulian kidogo tu.
Time possible.
Our chief guest ndio huyo. Our chief guest akate keki.
Wareng at 8th anniversary. And this is a beautiful one. Actually almost 60 kgs. And this one shows some layers, just like the way we are in Wareng. We are celebrating more than a day. 8 years of connection, collaboration, and community. Thank you so much. Liz, stay up. Oh, thank you, you are here. And karibu sana. PS, karibu sana. Yes.